Hello, everyone. Jason Fladlin here. How are you on this evening, morning, afternoon? I don't even know what to say anymore because the statistics are in, and over half the folks that are in the plan right now are not in the United States. This is truly a global, worldwide phenomenon. And we're super excited about that because, well, I don't think in the existence of the company of Rapid Crush and our publishing existence, I don't think we have in a decade reached 119 countries, have we?
120 as of last night. We had the islands of Vanuatu join us.
The islands of Vanuatu. I hope you're on this call, the person or persons from the islands of Vanuatu.
We had Nepal joining us this time. Like we just have countries. We have to look them up in the
Yep.
map and in Google Maps to find out where they are. It's unbelievable.
It's
So
so exciting. I mean, especially for me, a small town Iowa boy. I grew up in a little tiny town of Iowa. Will and I were joking because we had more people registered for the first webinar of the plan than live in the total population of my hometown that I grew up in. And a little Iowa boy like me to be able to be part of something that's now in 120 countries, which again, Rapid Crush in the totality of its existence through all of its products is published in a decade, never reached 120 countries. And the plan has done that in 6-ish months. So maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. The days kind of blur together anymore since we started supporting this because we're giving it our all on that aspect. So I really do appreciate you being with us here today. Couple of things about what we're going to do here today. This is different than your normal webinar, normal web event, workshop, whatever the gurus call whatever they do online, these virtual Zooms. This is more kind of just an informal chat to help you understand, because most of you, I'm assuming, if you've been here, if you've been on a planned webinar previously, and this is not your first time, but your second time, type in two into the chat. And I want to get a flavor for those that this is your second foray. Perhaps you were on a previous webinar that Dan did, or you were on another event that we did. Maybe you saw one of the betas even. And I'm sure we're getting a lot of twos. And yeah, I see it. Okay, now check this one out. If this is your third event, meaning perhaps you are on one of our partner webinars, one of our general webinars, and now you're here, type in three. And I'm seeing threes. Okay, well, cool. We got a first timer here. That's good too. That makes me feel good because generally we don't get first timers on webinars like these. I'm glad we do because Will and I are doing our best to try to reach everybody as we can because it's almost closing. And I'll talk about that here in a little bit. Okay, now lastly, 4 and above. Either put 4 or 4 plus if you've been on more than 4 events. So maybe you caught both of our general webinars. Maybe you were on a partners webinar and this is your 4th one. Or maybe, yeah, and I'm seeing 4 pluses. And I kind of just caught it out of the corner of my eye here. Will, I know you saw the chat more. I'm assuming most people that probably this is their 3rd or 4th event that they've been in for us on our whole, here's what the plan is, here's what it does, here's Bitcoin, here's crypto, here's the opportunity, here's the pros, here's the cons. I'm guessing for a majority of people, this is the 3rd or 4th event. Tell me if I'm right in that.
you are absolutely correct, my friend. There are so many repeat customers, which just means one thing, right? They have questions. And that
Yeah,
is a great thing that they have questions and they are here because we're going to answer questions. That's what the event is about. Why don't we just
absolutely.
jump right into it and start answering
Yep.
questions?
So the first thing too, just hold horses just a tiny little bit here. Just want to make sure everybody knows there is no replay for this. 2 things to that. First thing is none of us have to posture. We don't have to put on a professional tone or face so we look good in the recording because there is no recording of this. And secondly, this is extremely informal as a result, where we're just going to dig in and we're going to look at some things. I'm going to talk of things from our perspective. And we're going to go as long as we need to go. There's about 400 people on the call right now, which is pretty impressive on a last minute notice on a Saturday. And we're going to dig in because the reality is, here's what I know. You need to really have thought it over to make a decision if you're at this point and you haven't signed up. So there is value to thinking it over, but there's a time where you got to call the ball and you either got to do it or you don't do it. So these are those types of sessions first and foremost. So, Will, I know you're catching questions here.
Yeah, so let's answer some housekeeping information. A lot of people saying, I can't see the chat, I can't see the chat. That is correct. Anytime an attendee types into the chat, only Jason and I see it.
Yeah.
Attendees cannot see each other's chat because otherwise it would get too unruly and too crazy and too distracting. So you will
Yeah.
see stuff in the chat when we put stuff in the chat for everybody. Otherwise, we will see everything that you're typing in. So you can ask questions and we will try and get to all of them. How long is this webinar going to be?
As
We
long as it
don't
needs
have a
to be.
planned time, as long
Yeah.
as it needs to be. There isn't going to be structured content. We're not necessarily going to be teaching anything, although you will learn a lot at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Because we're going
can't
to be
not
answering
teach.
questions.
Yeah, I can't not teach. Now, first of all, just so anybody knows, at any point in time during this webinar, I've put this slide on the screen for now. I'm going to take some other slides and maybe show some my bots again and again and again. You will see my bots constantly before this webinar is over with, because I want to use them as examples to help illustrate the points that we're talking about. But the plan.vip/join, at any point in time, whenever you're ready, go ahead and go there and get signed up if it makes sense for you. But Will, what's the big questions? We're going to try to group and theme these questions and then hit them one after the other after the other. What's the theme of questions that have popped up thus far that you think we should start with?
They are so diverse
Even
that
better.
I
Even
don't
better.
know if there's a theme here. So I'm just going to start throwing them out randomly without theming them. What is the difference between Bitcoin and crypto?
Great question. So Bitcoin is one of many coins that are classified as cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is just a digital currency. My son, he spends almost all of his allowance on Robux, which is a Roblox game, and that's a digital currency. So this is cryptocurrency is a digital currency. The only difference between this and other digital currencies is they live on the blockchain, which is essentially a form of decentralized code, a digital ledger, if you will. So Bitcoin is one of many coins that you can purchase in the crypto sphere or the crypto world. And there's Ethereum is another popular one. And that is just a different coin. And that one has a slightly different purpose than Bitcoin does. It's more structured around these concepts called smart contracts instead of what we're using now typically in the physical world, which are dumb contracts. And so the smart contracts have protocols that automatically release things on certain times based on certain things, and it all lives within the code. But there are so many other coins that exist out there. There are over 7,000 digital currencies in the cryptocurrency space, and 6,900 of them, well, I wouldn't say that, about 6,700 of them aren't worth ever even thinking about for now. They're trash. They're crap.
Anyone can start a digital currency. Like you can start your own digital currency. There's software out there and there are tools that allow you to just go and say, like we could create a Jason and Will coin.
Yep.
It
We could create a rapid crush coin.
Anything.
We could create the plan coin, right? And we could, oh my God, we could create so much hype for the plan coin and get so many people all excited and jazzed up. And we could create that mania. This is what people do with most of these coins. They pump it and they pump it and they pump it and then they dump it. So any one of you for about $150 can use a third-party service. In about 30 minutes, you'll have your own cryptocurrency. Does it have use? Nope. It's complete, just a manufactured concept, which is why we avoid those like the plague. With that said, Bitcoin is a little bit of a different animal than other popular cryptocurrencies, such as Matic or such as Bake or such as Luna or such as whatever. I could just name other really reputable coins. Bitcoin in and of itself is like the brand name of crypto. It actually has the least concrete use right now out of all the major coins that are in the crypto world. Because what does Bitcoin do? Who here buys stuff with Bitcoin? Almost nobody. And how often do you get the chance to utilize Bitcoin for an actual financial transaction? And the answer is very limited. So Bitcoin still is a speculative tool first and foremost. Whereas a lot of these other tools that are being used, these other cryptocurrencies or tokens, which are just a different way of calling a cryptocurrency instead of a coin, which is more financial in nature. A token has other utilities like art, NFTs, blah, blah, blahs. There's really no difference other than the fact is coins have specific uses to them. Bitcoin really doesn't have one yet. It's vying for the global currency. A lot of people think it will become the global currency. That's why it has so much value. But these other coins that we're in have very practical, very specific values to them. And that's the difference. Bitcoin is just one of many cryptocurrencies. It's not even the most popular one in terms of transactional value, meaning number of trades. The number one most traded cryptocurrency, does anybody know the answer to that? It's USDT, which is Tether, which is a stable coin. It is an instrument that's designed to mimic the US dollar as close to as exact as humanly possible. What a good utility, right? I think that's an awesome utility. So it's pegged to the most stable currency that we have currently, and it allows you very easily to know if I'm collecting stable coins, I don't have to translate what is one Bitcoin equal to today. Stable coin is equal to the dollar. And so that's the most useful coin right now for what most people are doing, which is why our bots almost always have a stable coin as one of the two pairs in them. That's a technical question. Well, I'm sure that doesn't really help anybody decide if they want to buy or not, but it's a good way to kind of warm up and get eased into this. I think the bigger question here is a lot of people are just uncertain. They're very fuzzy on crypto. Like, what is it exactly? How does it work? And I totally get where that's coming from, because I wouldn't want to invest in anything if I didn't kind of at least have the basic understanding of it.
When they're in the right place, and here's why
Yes.
you're in the right place if you don't understand it. Because 7 months ago, I knew nothing about crypto other than I had heard about Bitcoin and Ethereum. Still didn't know anything about it. Still know very little about it, relatively speaking. Right? I understand the technology behind it actually better than most people, and I understand the utility of it better than most people. But relative to somebody like Dan Hollings, I know so little about it. Here's the beauty of it. I don't want to know any more about it. I don't need to know any more about it. It is not my passion in life like it is Dan's passion right now, right? And I can make this work without understanding it. You don't have to understand any of the technology behind it. You don't have to understand how computations get done and how tokens get created and what the blockchain is or any of that. Because the course that Dan has put together is so simple in nature. It will give you a basic foundation and teach you the most basic things you need to understand. And those are so simplistic that anybody can learn about it, regardless of your experience in investing, which you don't need to have any, your experience in technology. Jason likes to say, hey, you filled out a form to get on this webinar because you had to put your name and your email address and you had to go check your email for your link, right? That's enough technical skill to get the plan implemented. It truly, truly is. Filling out forms online, that's pretty much, if you've ever shopped for anything online, you have enough skill. Our order form, when you go to the plan.vip/join, is more complex in some ways than implementing these bots in the plan. No joke. So, Jason, Mike had a great, and we're gonna rapid fire these questions as much
We're going to
as
try
possible.
to, right? Sometimes we'll go deep when the point makes itself, but we're going to try to knock out a bunch real quickly just to set the tone.
So I'll ask Roll's question first. Real easy. Roll or roll well. Earnings are compounded every day after you set everything up. Better. Every time a transaction gets made, which could be literally many times per minute, many times per hour. It depends on how volatile the currency is that you're investing in. The more volatile, the better. The more wiggle, the volatilities of ups and downs, the better. Literally, Jason has set up bots in webinars, and 45 minutes later, he'd made several transactions that earned him $6 or $7.
Yeah.
Like literally during a webinar.
Well, I got one that I took yesterday. So we did this during, I think it was yesterday or the day before. I can't remember. This is Matic. I set this up and I watched it. 6 minutes in, I made 17 cents.
And that 17 cents may not seem like much, but it was 6 minutes in. 6 minutes after setting it up. And that 17 cents is not locked in. Somebody else asked about like how do profits get reinvested?
They don't.
Profits get put in your wallet and they're immediately available. What can you do with it? You can withdraw it to your bank account and use it to buy dinner. You can leave it there and let it move it to a place where you can earn interest, where Dan is going to show you, or do what Jason and I do, is you take it and reinvest in more bots. Once you have enough in your wallet, you can start another bot.
Yeah, I have right now.
Never get locked in.
I have $8,600 that is bottable. I could do that right now if I wanted to. It's just sitting there. It's not reinvested. It's in my exchange. I could put it back in the market, or I could put it in my bank account and I could be spending it. I could be buying Christmas presents with it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a beautiful cash flow mechanism because nothing is locked in. When you think, for example, when you compare, which most people tend to understand, you buy a stock in Apple or Microsoft or whatever company, right? And let's say you buy that stock for $100 and the value of that stock goes up to $200. How much money have you made? Answer me in the chat box. How much money have you made? You bought it for 100, it is now worth 200. How much money have you made? Half the people are right and half the people are wrong. Okay. Yeah. You have made $0 because you don't make any money on that stock until you sell it. It's unrealized profit. You don't make any money until you sell it. And if you hold on to it, what could happen? It could continue going up or it could go down. And if it goes down to $100, what have you made? Still nothing.
Yep.
Right?
You've lost money because of the transaction fees and the inflation and everything else.
Yeah, you've lost money on inflation and transaction fees. But let's say it does go to 200 and you sell it. You have made $100. How much more will you make from that in the future? $0. You don't have any more stock. You're done.
Your asset has quit being able to produce for you because you have liquidated that asset. You have locked in that gain. And that's very different than this. This is one of the reasons why we love the plan so much, and so many other people do too, is because, hey, I bought this coin here, GRT. I put 5,000 in it, and now it's up to $5,266. Cool. But I haven't made anything. I haven't lost anything. I've just increased the value by this much, but I have locked this in. In 3 months and 8 days, I have locked in profit, $1,859. It's not in the market. It's sitting in my exchange in a stable coin that mimics the dollar. And at any moment, I can push it into my bank account and spend it and do whatever I want with it.
So when you run a bot, you still have the same example of the stock because you buy a coin at a certain price and the value goes up or down. But whether it goes up or down is irrelevant unless you sell it. And if the coin is producing you profit day in and day out, why would you sell it? So in Jason's example, he just showed on the screen, he's made in profit more than $1,100. In how long, Jason? It's hard to tell. 3 months?
Yeah, and I can zoom in on this. 3 months and 8 days.
3 months and 8 days. Yeah. So in 3 months and 8 days, so just that one investment has made him $300, more than $300.
37% return is the way I like to look at it.
37% return in 3 months. Okay, but this isn't a 37% value increase.
Nope.
It's 37% of money in your pocket.
Yep.
Literally, it's in your wallet.
I have a real locked in $1,859. And I have a theoretical extra $266 that I could lock in if I wanted to. But if I did this, then I never will get any more of this. So I don't want to. On the flip side, if you look at some of these other ones, here's one. I love this one. And it's funny because everybody else buying FXS when I bought it, which was essentially 3 days ago, right? They don't love this because they're down in value.
The value has gone down.
They hate this.
Let's see if people get this. The value has gone down. Has Jason lost money?
Right.
The value has gone down. Has Jason lost money on that coin? Okay, now they're getting it, Jason. Good. Everybody's saying no.
This is a key concept.
He has not lost any money because he hasn't sold it and he doesn't need to sell it. Now, let's go to the backwards question. Has he made money? Has he made money? The value has gone down. Has he made money? Okay, most people are getting it. Yes, he has, because the bot has given him $110 in profit, which is outside of the bot. It's been deposited into his wallet. So he has made money without having to sell the asset.
Even better, Will, I have made over 1% return a day. A day. How long? Now, assuming it wiggles at that rate, which it may or may not, but let's just do for the sake of fun. In 100 days, I'll double my money. because I'm making 1% a day. Isn't that crazy?
That is insanity.
That is insanity. So here's 99.9% of the crypto market. They buy FXS and they say, oh man, I never catch the breaks. I'm down again. I'm, 4%. What should I do? Maybe I should panic. Maybe I should sell it. Maybe I should do something irrational. They don't get profit. They feel bad because their values went down. And I'm like, FXS, I want a bunch of these because this is my best wiggler right now. It's a 1%er. This is my best one. I like this one more than anyone because right now this is cash flowing me more profits than any other bot that I have.
Yeah. So let's clarify a couple of things. When I say wallet, there is a digital wallet in your exchange, and that is what holds your cryptocurrencies. And that wallet in your exchange is what gets the profit. Now, that wallet, with the click of a couple of buttons, you can convert that into whatever real world currency you want. Like, for example, you can take that USDT that he's been earning and convert it into US dollars, or you can convert it into euros, or you can convert it into whatever currency you want. And then you can deposit that, you can transfer that to your actual bank account to use it. The process for doing that is slightly different with every exchange, but it's not difficult to do to withdraw crypto into your bank account. You don't withdraw crypto, you exchange the crypto for fiat currency, and then you transfer that to your bank account. So that's what I mean by wallet, Barbara.
I looked at this just to make sure that there's no information here that I'm seeing on my screen, but I'm going to, if I can, this is Coinbase. So this is an exchange. I have $90,000 sitting in this exchange right now. I just put it in the other day because I like it when markets crash. Everything's on sale. And so I'm like, okay, it's time for me. And I'm not putting it all in bots. I have access to future phases of the plan, so on and so forth. But just so you know, this is a stable coin. This is just sitting here. And what can I do with it? And the answer is I can do anything I want with it. I can move it to a different exchange. Like, for example, I'm using KuCoin for my bots. You can see that right here. This KC, that's a KuCoin. KuCoin is my exchange, right? So I can move this from the Coinbase one right into KuCoin. I could transfer that, or I could push it back to my bank account. The same way that I brought the money in from my bank account, I transferred over 90,000 from my bank account into crypto world. I can take 90,000 from crypto world, push it back to my bank account. And so it's just sitting there. This is mine. I can do whatever I want with this. None of it's invested right now, which is a tragedy. I'm too busy doing webinars trying to get you involved in the plan, and I got 90,000 sitting there. But that's what that exchange looks like. I brought it in this particular case with my bank account, and I could bring it right back to my bank account. There's other exchanges that do it differently. You'll have tons of different options as well. But hopefully that gives a kind of a high level view of what that looks like.
Okay, so as far as the exchanges that are supported, I don't know the exact list. There's 25, I believe, give or take a couple exchanges, and pretty much anywhere in the world. If the exchange that you currently use doesn't support it, it's really not that big a deal because you can transfer crypto from one exchange to another. Jason uses, and I do too, we use Coinbase because that's the easiest in the US, in our opinion, to get money from a bank account to crypto land and from crypto land to a bank. If you're outside the US, it's probably a different exchange that offers that the most ease. And we have a comparison of a table that's been compiled of all the exchanges and the fees and all that stuff. We don't particularly like Coinbase as our best option for being our trading platform. So we put money into Coinbase and then transfer it to KuCoin, which is the one we particularly like right now. And that may change in the future. We might like a different one. The beauty is that you're not locked into one exchange. You can transfer crypto from one exchange to another pretty easily and pretty fast. So don't get caught up into, well, do you support this exchange or that exchange? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. It's like going on a trip and say, well, do you fly a 747 or do you fly a 767? It's like, does it really matter if you get where you want to go?
Right.
unless it's not a 737 Max, right?
Yeah, I don't know they fly too much anymore.
Yeah. So, but I kid, right? Don't get caught into like, do you support this exchange or that exchange? Don't be tied to an exchange for emotional reasons or because you like it for whatever reason. You go with the exchange that is going to work for you and give you the most benefit. That's it. And we give you a table that of all the research that's been done on the exchanges based upon all the available public data, and we put it in one simple to read PDF for you. Now, Jason, let's cover the investment. I think there's a slide, the three slide
Yeah.
number 10 or 11 on your list right there, the three boxes on your PDF.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, my screen was paused.
Yeah. Okay. So the cost for the course is $34.97 one time. That's a one-time fee, and with that, you get all the updates for the bot course, the phase 1 course. Or you can choose an installment plan of 4 times $9.97 plus applicable taxes. Like in Australia, you have GST. We unfortunately have to charge GST, and in the United States, we have sales tax. And in Europe, depending where you are, you may have to pay a VAT. Now, then there is software. This is the bot software. $69 a month. It is a third-party software. We don't own it. We don't control it. We just like it. Dan likes it. He's tested all kinds. And by the way, there are a lot of different software out there. There's a lot of different bot software out there. He has tested all of the ones he knows about, and this is the one that he likes the best. It's $69 per month. For $69 per month, you get to run 5 bots at any given time, which means if you close a bot, you can start another one. If you close 2 bots, you can start 2 other ones. It's a flat fee of $69 per month. If you want to run more bots, like Jason runs a whole lot more bots. I only run 2, by the way. I have a whole lot of money into just 2 bots. Jason has a whole lot of bots. If you want to run more bots for $150 per month, and this is every month, you get to run up to 20 bots at any given time. And then you need capital to give to the bot to invest. The bot invests your capital to buy and sell cryptocurrencies. It buys and sells as the price wiggles. The minimum investment there is $3,000 per bot. Now, let me be clear because there are some questions about this. Why is the minimum $3,000? The software technically allows you to invest as little as you want to invest. For example, you can start a bot technically with $100, $50 even. Here's what Dan has found through thousands of automations, thousands of bots that he's run and tested in the real world, and millions of dollars he's put in the program. He has found that at the $3,000 level, there is much less risk to your capital than if you go below that. And it's not exactly $3,000. It's the approximate $3,000 equivalent in the crypto that you're going to buy. So you're not going to put 3,000 US dollars in. You're going to buy approximately 3,000 US dollars worth of the crypto to get you started. And it's whatever cryptocurrency you're going to run a bot with. So we don't recommend that you invest any less in a bot because the plan has 2 goals in this phase. In this phase, the plan has 2 core missions. The number 1 mission is to enhance your profit potential. Enhance your profit potential so that you can realize those profits that Jason was showing, 1% a day, sometimes more than 1%, sometimes less, but we want to maximize as much as possible the profit potential for cash flow purposes. And number 2, minimize the risk. Notice I didn't say eliminate the risk because there absolutely is still risk involved. But at that level of investment per bot, because of how the bot is set up, it will minimize your risk. Now, let me go into another subject. Oh, by the way, there was a question of like, why do more per bot? That is a personal choice of how much you invest. And let me answer that in with some simple numbers. Let's just say that if you run a bot for $3,000 for a specified period of time, whatever that time may be, and you earn 50% in profits, $3,000, 50% in profits, how much profits have you earned? In dollars, let's just calculation. Type it in the chat box. $3,000 bot, 50% in profit. How much have you earned? $1,500. That is not bad, right? But if you had run the same bot with $30,000, how much money would you have earned? See, the percentage doesn't change. It's still 50%. Now you have earned $15,000 in profit, right? Yeah. So the percentage doesn't change on that particular example. You would still earn, if that particular bot, regardless of how much you invested, would still have earned 50%, but now you earn more money. So would you invest more or less? That is up to you. That's completely up to you. Your ability to invest, your risk tolerance, the level your of capital. Risk, the level of risk is still the same.
Yeah.
The risk percentage is still the same. But the capital at risk changes, right? Yep. So you're just as likely to win or lose with a $3,000 bot than you are to win or lose with a $30,000 bot. But with a $30,000 bot, you're risking winning or losing more. Right. I hope that makes sense.
But it'll wiggle the same rate, and it will capture the same amount of wiggle. It will not perform better from a percentage basis. It will perform exactly the same. It's weird. So, but it's hard to wrap your head around until you get it. Then when you get it, it all makes sense. Now, Dan will coach you through his recommendations on how you should allocate. And then you can decide. Me personally, I like having a lot of bots. I like having a lot of bots because if I cast a wide net and I put a little in a lot, to me, that feels better for me.
It's a better diversification strategy.
It totally is. I won't, if I put it all in one bot that does 2% a day or 1% a day, yeah, I'm going to do better than if I spread it off across 5 bots that do, one does 1/4 a day, one does 0.5% a day, and 2 do 0.75% a day, right? I will have done better in that one instance, but I like spreading it out over 4 as opposed to putting it all in one. That's just me. Now, if bots took a long time to set up, I would probably put a whole bunch in 1 or 2 bots instead of spreading it out over 15 bots. I have 15 bots running right now. But because bots are so quick to set up, well, I could set up a demo bot in front of everybody if we think that would be helpful.
No, we can. Let's leave that for a little bit later.
Okay, cool.
Let's leave that for a little bit later. So here's a great, I want to keep going down that train of thought.
Let's nail
that down. So you can invest less than $3,000, but it's riskier, and that won't make sense to you until you understand the exact process. So you're going to have to trust us on that. And here's why it's okay for you to trust a stranger, perhaps. Maybe I'm a stranger to you, because it doesn't matter to us. We make no additional money, whether you invest $50 or $50,000 or $500,000. It doesn't make any difference to you. So as far as we're concerned, we want you to be as successful as possible. And for you to be as successful as possible, I will tell you that Dan has figured out that the minimum starting level for a bot should be approximately $3,000 worth of the coin that you're going to trade.
Yeah, a quick analogy on that, Will. So like in football, they put 11 guys on a field. That's your 3,000. Yes, you could go and play a football game with 8 guys on the field. You're probably going to lose, though, because the other team has 11 on and you're mismatched. And so there's a minimum threshold that you want to hit, and 3,000 USD is that minimum threshold. Otherwise, you might make the bot work, but there's too many holes in there where the wiggle can fall through.
Yeah. So now you've heard about some of the profit potential. You've heard a little bit about the risk. You've heard about the minimum requirements. Now let's talk about the software, because there are a lot of questions about the software.
Right.
The software is just a tool. It is just a tool. It doesn't, one of the questions was, why don't I just get the software and forget the plan? Just go to the software and go through the tutorials. The software is almost irrelevant. It's like this. If I gave you a canvas, a whole bunch of paint, and some brushes, could you paint the Mona Lisa or something as beautiful or as special as the Mona Lisa? Probably not, unless there's a great artist in the crowd.
Yeah.
There always is one. That's great.
So
Congratulations.
one of you could do it, but the rest of
One
you
of you
couldn't.
could do it, right? And the same thing with the software. Out of thousands of people, if one of you just got the software, you might get lucky.
Maybe, yeah. I mean,
Maybe. But
well,
the software, the plan is about the tested rules, the time tested rules that Dan has created, has developed to do two things: maximize profit potential, minimize risk. So the software is there, but when you go set up a bot, you have to know the settings and you have to know the rules, and they're super simple. The beauty about the plan is the simplicity of it all. It's almost like when you learn the rules, it's like, that's it. Yeah, but the that's it is like the cure to all your ailments.
Will,
Right?
it's I know where the question comes from. What people want is to save $3,497. I get it, right? But extend that line of thinking. If you go in and run bots and don't know what you're doing, I promise you will lose significantly more than $3,497. So I appreciate you wanting to be as efficient with your capital as possible. And if that's the case, this is a better cost benefit to you. This is a better way to invest your money than just to go and get the software and do that. That is a worse way. That will be more expensive for you than the plan could ever be. And that's how you have to look at it. You have to look at it like this. And it's funny because there's a lot of people out there that might tell you otherwise. They might say, oh, they're just teaching you the basics and they're marking it up so they could cash in and make their pockets fatter. Most of those people that are telling you this are trying to sell you their alternative thing that hasn't been tested as much, that doesn't have as good of results, et cetera, et cetera. Or they're just people trying to get clicks on their YouTube video or what have you. But I am very serious about this. I don't want you to use these bots unless you have a plan. Now, if there was another plan that you were looking at that had 18 case studies, like we showed you, unfortunately, those of you who are the first time, you're just going to have to take our word for that. But we have shown 18 different individuals who paid a hell of a lot more than $3,500 or $3,497. And we've shown them now 77 times on live webinars over the span starting in June till today. 77 times through 4 crashes. So Dan has run more automations than anybody we know. We have produced more success stories running these bots than anybody we know. And so the reality is, if there were alternatives out there that had the same track record and we were comparing that, you should probably get their plan too, in addition to our plan. But it just doesn't exist. And it won't exist because we have a non-disclosure agreement. See, Will and I as publishers, we've been at this for a little bit. We know because the rule sets are so simple, the tendency would be for people to go out there and try to publish them. That's not allowed. Legally, that's not allowed. And we remedy any of those situations with all the legal aggressiveness you can imagine, because we want to maintain and protect and only have the proprietary knowledge extended to those that are in the plan, which is at the plan.vip/join, which is where I want to see you going and signing up before this is all over.
Yep. So we do some bots perform better than others? Absolutely. Because different coins, and by different bots we mean different coin pairs, right? At different times. So it all depends on how much the volatility of that coin is, what the current volatility of that coin is. So you want to select coins using a specific methodology that Dan teaches you in the program, which is super easy. It literally takes 5 minutes to do. 5 minutes to do. And then we'll talk a little bit about how you don't even have to spend the 5 minutes, because Dan is going to give you the best wigglers.
50 settings essentially in the over 2 months. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're going to get the biggest wigglers, but we don't want you to depend on that, because we want you to learn to do this for yourself, because it really doesn't take that much time.
Yeah.
It is so simple. Here's the thing about finding good coins. We just want them to be volatile. See, most people who invest, most people who invest in cryptocurrency and probably other investments too, most people who invest lose money.
The only
That is
exception, Will, are
because,
those that buy and hold for a decade or longer.
oh, yeah, most people who are not savvy investors, let's put it that way, if that could be the term that we use. And by savvy, I don't mean,
Successful.
I mean non, there are a lot of adjectives we can use, right? Non-emotional investors who don't care if the market is crashing, going up, going down, who have the patience to hold for a long term.
Yeah.
In most instances, those investors over time, in almost in a lot of investments, real estate, stock market,
Yeah.
art, like
Precious
precious
metals,
metals,
commodities.
if you have the patience to just buy today and not care what happens, like it doesn't matter what happens, you won't sell, and 20 years from now you go look at the value of those things, and it'll likely be up, and it'll likely have made you money if it was a sound investment to begin with. In crypto, because things move so fast, most people don't have that ability to buy and just hold and forget about it. So most people's strategy is to try and buy low and sell high as quickly as possible. And therein lies the problem. Because if you buy Bitcoin, no matter what the price is, it is very likely that 5 or 10 years from now, that value is going to be really high up.
Yeah.
Really high up. But in the meantime, that value is probably going to tank about several hundred times to below what you bought it for. And if you're going to freak out about it or be worried about it, you're going to lose money, because what do most people do? Oh, I'm gonna set up a stop loss order so that if it goes below this, I don't want to lose any more. And then they sell it for less than what they bought it for, because, oh, okay, oh, at least I didn't lose too much. And then a month later, it's double what they bought it for, and they're like, oh, why did I sell? I mean, how many times have we heard this, Jason? It's crazy,
Oh God.
right? Here's the
Even
beauty
guys that
about the
make $1
plan.
million are upset because if they would have held it longer, they would have made $2 million.
Here's the beauty about this course that you're going to undertake. It doesn't matter whether the market goes up, down, or sideways. Our preference, if we could pick coins that would only go this way, this would be our preference, sideways. And I'll explain that in a second. But at the same time, it doesn't matter if it goes sideways, up, or down. Here's the reason. Let's say you buy a coin at $10, and the value goes down to $5. How much have you lost? Let's try this again. How much have you lost? You bought it for 10 and the value goes down to 5. How much have you lost? 0. You haven't lost anything. But here's the more beautiful thing about it. While it goes down, it doesn't go down in a straight line. It wiggles up and down, 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 and it trends in a downward direction, so that if you look at it over time, it's gone from high to low. But in between, it's a whole lot of ups and downs. And it's on those ups and downs that we make money, because every time it goes down, we buy a little, and as soon as it goes up a little tiny bit, it doesn't have to go up in total value, it just has to go up a tiny little bit. We sell a little bit of that coin and we make profits. And then it goes down a little bit, we buy it a little bit. We don't buy a whole lot, we buy a tiny little bit of it. And then when it goes up a tiny little bit, we make profits. So Jason will show a graph in a little bit of what the wiggle looks like when we zoom into a graph.
Yeah.
And you will
I have
see
a
that it
good
doesn't
graph
matter
right
whether
now,
it goes
actually.
up or down, and then when it goes up, it doesn't go straight up either. It goes up or down. So what happens is, between that $10 purchase price and the current $5 value price, not only have you not lost anything, but you've made money. So that in a lot of cases, and Jason is going to show you one of this, like a real case of coins that he's invested in, where the value was significantly down, but he's made more money than that loss of value. It's incredible. It is really mind-boggling to understand because we don't have anything to compare it to. When you invest in your retirement plans or your mutual funds or any other type of investment that you invest in the stock market type of things for later in your life for when you retire, it doesn't work that way. You invest it and you kind of just have to ride it out no matter what happens. And it is volatile. And you once in a while you get that monthly statement. It's like, oh man, I remember many times in my life, Jason, where you get the monthly statement from your retirement from my retirement account, and it's like, wait, I put $1,000 in last month, and I've lost $3,000 in value,
Yeah.
right? But it didn't matter because I didn't lose any money. It was just the market was down.
And supposedly those are the best experts in the world that are managing those funds too, right?
Yeah, go figure.
Go figure.
So we don't have anything to compare it to because Jason and I, once we learned about this, and we were very skeptical, and we did not understand crypto back in March of this year until Dan got us on a conference call, on a Zoom meeting, sort of like this one, and he explained it to us, he showed it to us, and then we were immediately invested. Like we literally the same day transferred money into crypto land, $25,000 to start in order to get going because it made sense. Then we went to our financial advisor. We used the same financial advisor and we tried to explain to him. And he couldn't, it's not that he didn't understand the concept. He just didn't think that it was possible. He did not understand the way in which the bots work. And so we tried to ask questions to help him understand. And we asked him questions like, do stock values fluctuate throughout the day in the stock market? And he says, of course. And anybody can see this. You watch the stock market tickers and you look at Apple stock and Microsoft stock and Oracle stock or whatever stock, and you see the first round is like up 3 cents, down 3 cents, up 3 cents. And it just keeps going up and down during the day. I said, would we not make money if every time we went down we bought and every time it went up a little bit we sold? Forget fees. Let's not even talk about fees. Let's not even consider fees. But would we not make money? Yes, you would. It's like, okay, so why can't we do that? It's like, you can't. Why not? You're not allowed. Why not? It's called high frequency trading, and there's no way that a mere human can do high frequency trading. Why not? Well, that's reserved for the big investment firms who have massive, massive, massive computing power and massive internet connections and massive connections directly to the stock exchange. And that's how they make most of their money in high frequency trading. Why can't we do that? You can't. So you're telling me I could not trade the same stock 1,000 times in a single day? No, you cannot. There's no way to do it. So the system is rigged because somebody can and somebody's taking advantage of the volatility, but we cannot. In this case, we're doing what banks do, what major financial institutions do on Wall Street all day long. Systems that trade very frequently, high frequency trading. That's what we're doing. But in crypto land, everybody can do it. Everybody can do it.
It's just
So
code.
so
It's
it's
just
just
code.
code and it doesn't care.
Well, and not only does it not care, but think about how the stock market came to be. My grandpa had every stock certificate of everything he ever purchased, right? And so nowadays they kind of done away with stock certificate, but it's still an antiquated notion of how the stock market works. It's kind of retrofitted into the modern world, but it wasn't made for the modern world. It's essentially like a cassette tape or it's like a 8 track trying to be an MP3. It's trying to be a digital file. And so that's why crypto offers opportunities that the stock market never could. What to speak of the fact that there's two different set of rules. Individuals have one set of rules and institutional investors have a better set of rules. And so like not even getting into that, just the concept of what Will's talking about. Our financial advisor, one of the smartest guys I know, one of my favorite people in this world. I mean, he's an Orange County advisor, advises some of the wealthiest people that you couldn't even imagine. He was not allowing himself to be open to take in what this is. And so therefore it didn't matter what Will and I said to him. He wasn't going to open up to it. And so therefore Will and I, even though we love him and we respect him and we still have him manage a lot of our money because we like diversification, We made the decision to do this anyway, despite the fact that he told us not to. And the reason, again, comes down to Will and I were open minded enough to see what this actually is without bringing in biases to it. And we analyzed it. We picked it apart from every position and angle we possibly could, and it netted out. So, what did we do? We did what any logical person would do. We tried a little bit of it. When that worked, we did a little bit more. When that worked, we did a little bit more. Just like the 18 case studies that we showed when we launched the plan, a week or so ago, they did the same thing. They started with a little bit, then they did a little bit more, then they did a little bit more, then they did a little bit more. And that's the progression I would love for you to start with as well, is that same kind of concept.
So Alexander makes a great comment, and I'm going to try and answer very generically so everybody can understand. We are not saying hodling is bad.
I love hodling.
Hodling is a good thing. Hodling alone can be a good strategy if you are doing it for the long term. However, hodling is like owning a stock that goes up in value. You make no money out of it until you sell it. So wouldn't it be great if you could hodl and make profits at the same time? In fact, Dan does talk about hodling in the course.
Yep.
He values hodling just as much as anybody else, but he also values cash flow.
The first
Jason,
bot you're going to set up.
You give the example of like somebody you know who's a Bitcoin gazillionaire, right? Yeah. And you ask them to buy you lunch, or Dan gives that example. He says, I can't afford it. I don't have any money. But you're a gazillionaire. Yeah, but all my money's tied up. What good is life if you can't enjoy it throughout the process? So the best approach is a diversified approach, in our opinion, where you do hodl some, you bought some, you keep some in reserve, and Dan teaches you that mechanism. At the same time, you should hodl in an interest-bearing wallet. At the same time, you should have available stable currency in a reserve. And Dan teaches all of that. Now, this is just phase one of the plan. This is the first course you're going to join for the plan. Somebody asked, how come the course is so expensive? And we'll talk about that in a little bit, because expensive is a very relative concept. You may think, wow, these guys make a lot of money selling this course for almost $3,500 US dollars. The plan is very, very, very expensive to maintain. If you've attended our other events, we have 52 people supporting this full time, and actually more than full time, because many of our people work overtime. So it's more than 52 full-time resources. Do you think it is expensive to pay 52 people plus overtime to support a training course? So we don't make as much money as you might think if you just do basic math on $3,500. Here's our money-making strategy. We also don't make money when you invest in crypto. However much you invest, we make no money on that. Our money-making strategy is this. If we can make you so incredibly successful with this that you are profiting the way we said it's possible for you to profit, and you've enjoyed the learning experience, it's working for you, and it has become the best investment you've ever made in your life as far as purchasing a course is concerned, then when we come to you and say, hey, here's another crypto course, and here's another way that you can enjoy profits and wealth growth using crypto, and here's another course. If you've achieved everything you set out to achieve, would it not be logical that you would buy whatever other course I put in front of you that promised you similar benefits? That's where we'll make money. That's where we'll make the majority of our money. And we will, after you join this course, not right away, because it doesn't make sense right away, but after a certain period of time, we will put in front of you the opportunity to join additional phases, which are completely different courses, completely different areas of crypto. The benefit of those phases isn't just to make us money. The benefit of those phases is to further diversify your crypto portfolio, because the plan is comprised of a whole lot of different strategies, but you can't implement them all at once. You got to implement them one at a time. The order in which you implement, there's only importance in the beginning. You got to implement, Dan has chosen bot trading, grid bots, as the first phase of the plan. It teaches you the foundation of crypto. The next set of phases, you don't even have to take them in order. You can go to phase 3 and then come back to phase 2 and go to phase 5. And by the way, to be clear, these are not available to purchase right now. We do not know what the price will be. Some of them are in beta right now. Yep. You may have an opportunity to join a beta version at a discount in the future. We don't know. So
there's no upsells either, Will. When somebody signs up today, there's no, hey, special one-time offer. You just signed up. This is everything we can give you right now. Yeah.
This is everything we can give you. And would it not stand to reason that we will make a heck of a lot more money in the future if we make you be successful today?
Yeah. Yeah. And I have no qualms getting paid to help people get paid, right? I have no problem making the world better, one person's financial situation at a time, and getting something for that for myself. It's totally fine with me. And so, we could cut corners. We could give something that was just enough to get you started, and we could charge less for it. That's your money. I don't want to do that. I want to give you the best support in the industry. I want to give you extra layers of security. I want to recruit the best talent to come work for us to help support you. And I would rather do that and put this on for you at the price that it is. If you ask me, why is it expensive? I say, because it's worth every penny. That's why it's expensive, because it's worth every single penny and then some for what you have to invest. But I get it. I don't want to be flippant towards the feeling that if this is a significant investment for you, and it is. But nonetheless, is it an investment worth making? I think for most of you who have been here, especially my 4-timers already, I think you know the answer to that. I think you know the answers to that. Real quickly, I want to talk about the HODL question too, Will. I am an absolute HODL enthusiast, buy and hold for the long term. What's great is on this page, by the way, we have 3 days, 11 hours, 2 minutes, and 21 seconds. This is a hard deadline. This stops because Dan starts the sessions right afterwards. He starts doing them live just a few after. But you can see here, session 2, the very first bot you set up is a HODL bot. Why is that? Because while all the bots are dumb easy to set up, the HODL bot is the easiest of the easiest to set up. It is the most black and white, the most just do this, this, and this with the least amount of research or any thought process involved. So A, it's a great bot to set up. Because it is so simple to set up, like overly simple. And B, Dan and I, and almost everybody else in the crypto world, believes in the longevity of Bitcoin, because we just see all the industries it's going to disrupt. And so the first bot you learn to set up is a HODL bot. Now, even these standard bots, which is the second bot, you learn that in session 3, and then you learn it in session 4 even further. And by the way, there's a nice little shot here. 20% reserve, 30% HODL, 50% strategies. That's Dan's recommended distribution here, right? But the other thing you got to remember is I'm HODLing like an old pro over here. I've held triage for 6 months and 12 days. I'm HODLing this thing. I can't wait to hold it for a year or 2 or 3, because A, I don't have to do anything, which I like. B, this sucker's almost wiggled out 100% profits. And I believe in triage. I believe in a lot of these. I'm going to talk to you about a coin for a second. But before I do that, Will, I want to show them a grid. So I'm going to go full view with this grid, and we'll zoom in on it so everybody can see from when I started, because I started this back in June, until now. Does this look like something that is not volatile? Or does this look like something that is insanely volatile? If it looks volatile, type in yes. If it doesn't look volatile, type in no. Okay. Now let me show you volatility. This is its lowest point right here in July. And this is its highest point right here in November. How big of a range has this went through? Can anybody see that? It's a really small number. Will, can you see that?
I can't see it.
979.22%. 979.22%. 179%.
And almost 10x.
This thing has fluctuated nearly 1,000%, right? Isn't that crazy? Yeah, Will said 10x. Okay. Now, I lost it. Let me go back in here because here's the funniest thing of all. I love it when the world lines up the way that it does. I bought it here and the price was around 9.43. Today, the price is 9.37. Are you digging what I'm putting down right now? 99% of crypto buyers who bought here, guess what their coin is worth? Nothing.
Same
it's
thing.
the same.
Well, a little less.
A little less. They lost a little money in value. They lost a little value, okay? How is it that I made 41% value increase while the coin went right back to where it started? And I made 100%, almost 91% on the wiggle in gains that are locked in our mind. How is it that while your average person who bought Trias, which is an unbelievably awesome coin, in my opinion, would have been down by about 0.8% or 0.1%, and I'm up 46%. They would have never gotten realized profits and cash flow over here, and they would be sitting at 0% and not 41%. Does anybody know how I did that? It's 3 letters. DCA. Question, do you know what DCA stands for? And I didn't know this until Dan showed this to me, okay? DCA stands for dollar cost averaging. So most people, when they buy any crypto, they buy all of it once here. But I bought some of it here, 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 I bought some of it here. I stopped buying it here because I waited for it to come back up. So it was out of the range for a little bit. What do we do in that scenario? People freak out sometimes at first until they get used to this. You do nothing. And it's in the range, it's in the range, it's going up and down and up and down, up and down and up and down. So I have averaged the best price to buy this thing for. So even though over a 6-month period of time, it's went exactly back to the price that it started with, I have bought every dip. I have bought every dip that this coin offered. And did it offer dips? It offered a lot of dips. And every red dot here is profit. Every red dot here is profit. This is the magic of what we're doing. So I'm going to hodl till I'm blue in the face on Trias. I'm hodling that son of a gun. I'm going to hodl it forever as if I can handle it, right? And I can, right? But while I'm hodling it, my hodl's performing better than your hodl. And I'm getting cash flow. This is why we love this. This is why we love the plan. This is why we want you in the plan.vip/join. This is why Will and I show up on the weekend to belabor these points home, because we know if you understand them, then you'll get it and you'll sign up, but they're so non-intuitive.
This is why my mom, who needs cash flow, I've told her, and she's in the process. She already withdrew money from her savings account. She is taking 1/3 of her entire life savings, and she's onboarded into crypto land. It's sitting at Coinbase right now, waiting for us to be done with all these webinars so I can go over to her house and help her get crypto and start investing on the crypto side, because there's nothing that outperforms this. And this particular strategy, being primarily about cash flow, is huge. And who of you here would, like, your life would be tremendously better if you could have $1,000 extra a month in cash flow, usable money, not value in some retirement account you can't touch. I mean $1,000 a month that you could literally just pick up and spend, and on whatever you wanted, whether it was frivolous stuff or household necessary expenses. Yeah, a lot of you. I mean, Jason and I are in a very comfortable financial situation, but $1,000 a month is $1,000 a month.
Now,
so Jason, pull up your bots again.
I am, and I want to show something though. I'm going to pull this up. I want to show Trias right here as another example, right? Now, just real quickly, and then we're going to talk about something else with these bots. I just want to run this home too, because some people don't get this. What is Trias? Okay. So you can go to Trias.one and you can read this yourself. Now, by the way, forgive the geek speak. I'm going to read it and then I'm going to translate it for you. Trias is a full stack, decentralized, trusted cloud infrastructure and ecosystem for all scale, general purpose, and enterprise ready applications. I have never seen so many jargony buzzwords in my life in a sentence, right? But in short, what they're doing here is they are creating autonomous systems, including DAOs, which I am so over the moon about right now, decentralized autonomous organizations, meaning that collectively we can sort of work together as a species with code dedicating every action that happens. And they're building some of the groundwork, and they're building some of the things that are going to allow that to occur sooner, faster, better, etc. The machines will deterministically do what they're told to do. They're creating an infrastructure on the blockchains that will make machine learning more effective, which has already brought massive breakthroughs in biology, massive breakthroughs in the healthcare, massive breakthroughs in many different industries. So this isn't a coin that some YouTuber's pumping. This is a 70-person team with 50 engineers, 20 PhDs, 40 patents, source codes fully available in transparency. This is the future. And it meets Dan's rule set for running a bot with it. And so therefore, I like it. I mean, that's just me. If you're just a numbers person, you just want to see the numbers go up and put money in your pocket, and you don't know if Trias does this, that, or the other, totally fine, right? For me personally, though, I get excited. And I think for some of you, this is going to be helpful too. We're not just investing in coins just to purely make money. The reason we make money is we are helping capitalize companies so the future becomes the present sooner. The better future becomes the better present sooner. And so that's that. Now, Will, I'm off my soapbox. What did you want to show them on a more day-to-day level? And you're muted right now. What did you want to show them on a more day-to-day level?
I just want to answer the question that so many people are asking, and the value that they're asking is different. But how much investment do I need to have in order to make X dollars per month? Right. And whatever your question was, fill in the blank of investment in dollars, right? We cannot tell you that. If somebody tells you, well, put this much and you make this much, we can't tell you that, because it depends on many variables, including which coins you choose and the timing in which you start the bot and all that stuff. And the history does not predict the future. Right, is not indicative of exactly what's going to happen, but it can give you a high-level idea of the possibility, and we can show you this here. So, Jason, your very top bot right there, you invested approximately $5,000, and it was how long ago?
I invested $4,800 in this bot, and it was 1 day and 20 hours ago.
So 1 day and 20 hours ago. So let's just call it 2 days. Let's call it 2 days. $46 in 2 days. That is $690 per month on that bot if it holds.
Yep.
If it holds.
$690.
And right now the value is down, by the way.
Yep. Don't care.
So he won't sell it because he would lose money if he sold it. But
if the value was up, I wouldn't care, right?
If it was up, it wouldn't matter. Here's another bot.
Well, hold on a second. Well, let's just go back to that 46 one times in a 30-day, right? 1,000. Wait, $46. Sorry, that's in 1 day and 20 hours. What's that for the month?
$690 approximately. So
$690. Who here, whose car payment is less than $690 a month? Okay. Now, some of you might drive some really nice automobiles. Mine's closer to $1,600 a month. But for those of you who have a $690 car payment, there's your car payment bot right there. Now you don't have to pay for your car anymore. That's how you have to look at and translate these things. On the other hand, Will, if we wanted to do it in compounding, you let this thing run for a little while, and this is a second bot in the near future, you know?
Let me do some math, some further math here. So let's just call it, we're going to use all even numbers here to make the math really easy. That is a $5,000 bot. If you only had 3,000, if I do the math for you, instead of $690 a month, that bot would be producing approximately $415, $420 a month.
Right.
If it keeps going the way it's been going the last 2 days. Yeah. And it might get better, it might get worse, right?
It'll probably get better, by the way, Will.
Let's look at a different one. Let's look at the next.
Hold on a second. It'll probably get better because we're in a crash right now. These bots tend to perform the best in sideways markets. So it's not a guarantee, but I would guess that it's going to wiggle even more here in the near future. But nonetheless, let's look at another bot because there's
Let's look at
variants.
the very next one. Let's just
This
pick
one is
20.
not. This one is not doing as well. Luna is not performing as well as Matic is right now.
So that one would produce at $420 a month, but you invested approximately $3,800.
Yep.
If it was 3,000 instead, $330 a month on that one.
Yep.
Would be if it holds what has been doing the last 2 days. Let's just skip a few. Pick another one. Just skip a few and pick one.
All right, let's pick this one.
Okay, so it's hard for me to read the.
By the way, this one is performing very low. It's not very good. This thing has made $1,859 in 3 months and 8 days on a $5,000 investment.
So $1,859. That is how long ago? 3 months and
3 months and 8 days.
Okay, so
call it 98
days. 8 days divided by 98 times 30. So that's $569 a month.
Yep.
$569 a month on a $5,200 investment.
Well, it's 5,000 investment because right now the coin's
5,000.
also up too. Yep.
So that's $341 a month if it was a $3,000 investment, right?
That's right.
So, and we can keep going on this.
Yeah.
We can keep going on this. You hopefully you get the idea that these bots throw out cash flow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, is it possible for you to lose money? Definitely.
100%. Yep.
100%, right? Is it, are you more likely, here's the important thing. If you follow the rules, are you more likely to lose or more likely to win? Here's the beauty. You're more likely to win.
And thus far, based on all the dang bots we've run, and that's
if
a
you
lot.
Follow the rules and you give it enough time, which is part of following the rules, because if you panic, let me tell you what happened this past week. In the last 8 or 9 days, we have been, if you follow the crypto market, if you follow Bitcoin, and to follow the market, by the way, you just got to follow the price of Bitcoin, because pretty much there are exceptions, but pretty much the entire market goes up and down with the price of Bitcoin. It's like the tide that raises or lifts and lowers all boats, right? Bitcoin has been in the dump. It's like the 4th crash since Jason and I started back in late March. The prices are down. So what happened to a lot of our customers this past week? They started writing into support and saying, oh my God, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? My bots are out of range. Oh my God, what do I do? The market is down. My wallet value is being down. Like Dan had to do an emergency call. By the way, they've all been taught this lesson. They have all been taught this many, many, many times in Dan's trainings. But when you panic, you forget your lessons, right? In an emergency situation, you forget your lessons that you've learned. So what did Dan do? Dan did a special member-only training on Tuesday this week. It was only about 25 minutes long. He came and he talked to them about the state of the market. And what did he tell them to do? Does anybody have any idea what Dan told them to do with their bots, to fix their bots? Nothing. Do nothing. Because that is the best strategy of all most of the time. There are some exceptions, and Dan teaches those exceptions because this is a rules-based system. But most of the time, do nothing. Let it sit. And I'm not going to say most of our customers had this issue. A lot of them got concerned and wrote in. And so Dan did a special training because that's the kind of guy Dan is. He's not going to let them make a mistake. He's not going to let them do something silly like, oh my God, let me terminate my bots right now before I lose even more. That would be the bad, wrong thing to do. You just let them run. They're making money. And then he reminded them, if they're out of range, they will come back into range. Just wait. If they're in range and the value is down, it doesn't matter. You haven't lost any money because the value only matters when you sell, and you're not selling all of it. You're not terminating the bot and liquidating. Is it wiggling profits? Yes, it is. Leave it alone. Just don't worry about it. This isn't a situation where you're going to be measuring your net worth. If you're the type of person who's going to be freaking out and calculating your net worth day in and day out, this is going to drive you nuts. And by the way, I'm not quite that bad, but I used to be like, oh, what's my value today? Oh man, I had more money yesterday than I do today, and all vice versa. And I had to learn to do nothing. You've heard me tell this story or Jason tell this story. We started at the same exact time with the same exact bots with the same amount of money. 45 days later, I asked Jason, how much money have you made? We both started with $25,000, by the way. That was our comfort zone. I had made about $15,000 by that point. Jason didn't know how much he had made. It was mind blowing to me. Well, not really, because I know him very well, but it was still puzzling to me that on something so new and exciting, he didn't know how much money he had made. And so he had to go look it up, and he had made $18,000. Here's the difference. I made changes. I closed some bots. I started some new ones. I paused some bots. I stopped bots when they were not a range. He let them run. I started new bots. I stopped bots and put more money into them. He just left it alone. He just completely left it alone. He followed the core, like the prime directive of the plan. Is that the prime directive, Jason? Do nothing.
It is part and parcel. Yeah, that's exactly.
That's very core to the plan. If you're a Star Trek fan, that's the prime directive. Do nothing. First of all, do nothing. Then sit back and enjoy the ride. So it is really it's really important that you just let the system work. And here's what I love about this training that is unique as far as an opportunity is concerned. You don't have to risk any capital whatsoever to see the plan work for you. Pay attention to this. It's really important. It's actually a requirement that we have for you when you join the plan, and you're going to see that this is a requirement. You do not and should not invest any capital whatsoever until you are 100% comfortable that you know how to make the system work for you. Because when you join the plan and you sign up for the software that we're going to suggest you sign up for, which is required for running bots, they have what's called a demo mode. And Jason, this is a good time to show a demo bot.
Yeah, like this is cool. A demo bot. I love this because usually
Jason, let me walk them through real quick.
Okay.
Jason right now is in his account, in his software for all his bots. These are all live bots running with real money. Yeah. But look at how easy it is. 15 bots he's running. Look at how easy it is for him to turn on demo mode. That's it. He's in demo mode. One button on your profile, turn on demo mode. Go back up there, Jason. Show that you're in demo mode. See, demo mode is on. Right now, it's all play money.
Watch me set up a bot, right? So I can select a pair. Well, it doesn't matter. Just randomly select a pair here. I'll get one like this one. You put your investment level in, whatever it would be, 3,000, 4,000, etc. See, in this case, there's a range that the software puts a stop at, but sometimes that's set up on this price and this price. So you would set up whatever this price is. You'd set up whatever this price is. You would set up whatever your grid step is. Doesn't really, you just follow, you turn on trailing on and you click preview.
And by the way, all these settings,
do not do those settings.
Yeah, don't do those settings. Those are not the right settings. Those settings and those values that he showed that he was entering there, that is what you learn in the plan. Those are the rules.
Yeah, I intentionally set the wrong setup so nobody, because I'm not going to give away the plan secret on this webinar here, right? But the idea is, there's my bot. It's going to take a few seconds, and then it's going to start collecting and distributing what we bought in this coin over here. And then it's going to start actually, see, right now it's placing orders, starting up, placing orders. Soon those orders will be done. Then the bot will be live. So it is no joke. People seem to think we oversimplify it, Will, but it is no joke that essentially at the end of the day, to set up a bot, you pick your coin, you pick your lower price on the grid, the higher price on the grid step, you check trailing up, and then you go. Now, we recommend you back test it. I skipped this step here. I just wanted to show you what the bot looks like when it's set up. But it is right now in the process, and this is taking slower than normal. Every time we do it on a webinar, because we're running Zoom and everything else, it takes a little bit. But that's it. Anytime you want to run, a demo bot, I'm now back in my main bots. You can run bots live and simultaneously have some of your bots going live and some of your bots going in demo. So to Will's point, we absolutely recommend you start in demo. Now look at this. It's already starting to go. Now this one will not capture wiggle hardly at all because I set the bot up wrong. I didn't use the rules that Dan set up. So don't look at that demo bot and think that it's going to perform well. It's probably going to perform miserably because I didn't set the grid up the way Dan would recommend me to. That's the secret. That's the power. There's a little bit more to it than that. Yeah, of course there is, but not much. And by the way, Will, we give them settings too for them to set up demo bots with that are based on the plan.
So do you, Ali asked, do you help us pick what coins? So we do two things in the course, Ali. First of all, the day after the course is over, which by the way, the course starts on December 16th and finishes on December 22nd. So in a 7-day period, there will be 6 live sessions. You do not have to attend the sessions live. They start at 12 noon Pacific, US Pacific. That's 12 noon Los Angeles time. You do not have to attend live because within 24 hours of every live session, the recordings get placed in a members area and you can go watch them anytime. So Manuel said, I'm going to be taking time off for a couple of weeks during the holidays. Can I join later? You cannot join later, but you can join now and watch it later and go through the course later. But on the day that the course ends, after you've had all the information, you will be given access to what's called CPR, coin pair research. It's in the same members area where the content is, where the recordings get placed. And in there, Dan and his research team, trading partner Tony and his research team, will post recommended coin pairs and the settings for those coin pairs. That's what Jason just had on the screen a second ago. So you saw him set up a bot live. There are a few settings that he had to enter. Well, all those settings will be copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. All the 4 or 5 settings that you need to enter, they will be given to you a minimum of 24 times a month, usually more. See the coin pair, the lower price, the upper price, the grid step, and the check boxes you have to check. That's it. And that you can start a bot. You should start it in demo mode. In fact, you agreed that you will only do this in demo mode until you are comfortable with it and you make the decision to invest. We do, to be very clear, we do not give you investment advice. We are not financial advisors. We're not investment advisors. We will never give you financial or investment advice. We teach you a methodology which you should deploy in demo mode until you're comfortable with it. And if you decide that it is worthwhile for you to invest real capital, that is your decision, what and when and how much you invest in.
Yep.
We have no part of that. We make no money from your investment whatsoever. It is completely up to you to decide. But so that's number one. We give you the coin pairs. We tell you exactly what's wiggling and what Dan believes is a good coin to go run a demo bot with. But more importantly, and we give you this for 2 months, by the way. After 2 months, if you choose to stay and want CPR for longer, it's $300 per month. But you don't need it. Let me be very clear. You don't need it because in the training, we don't want you to be dependent on us. We don't want you to be dependent on Dan. We want you to be financially free. And that includes you taking care of yourself, whether we're here or not. In the training, he teaches you the exact rules for picking the coins. And it's not a whole, when we say research, we're talking literally 5 minutes. You're going to look at a handful of things on a couple of different websites, and that's it. That is it. And you will be well informed to pick a coin yourself. And then you're going to run the bot in demo mode. What is $300 a month? The coin pair research, which you get for free as a bonus, if you later want the coin settings where Dan just gives you coin settings, that is $300 a month after 2 months. 2 months.
You have to
actively. You don't have to subscribe to it. It is not in any way, shape, or form required. In fact, if you attended one of our previous webinars where Dan showed the bots, the live bots, for every single one of his students that he taught the first time around as one-on-one sessions, that students that paid him a lot of money to learn directly from him as his beta group, the original group he taught, he showed every single one of them. They never had the coin pair research to begin with.
Yep.
Never. It didn't exist until much later, until months later. So you do not need it. But here's the beauty of it. You have 2 months to check it out. You have 2 months to use it completely for free. And here's the way I recommend you use it. I don't recommend you blindly go there and pick the settings and start bots, even demo mode. What I suggest is you do look at the coin pair only. Only look at the pair he's suggesting, the coins he's suggesting. Go do the research yourself. Go do the settings yourself. Then come back and say, hey, did my settings closely match Dan's settings? Did I learn to do it right? And if you did, and if you always do it right, then you absolutely know you never need coin pair research for yourself. Well, if you made a mistake and your settings are completely off from Dan's, then you start saying, which session should I go review to learn how he did this particular thing?
Because it reminds me of in school where there was an answer key in the back, right? So the teacher would say, do the problem and then check it with the answer key. Now, some students just went to the answer key and filled it in and got credit for it in homework. I mean, you certainly could do that. I tried to do the problem first to see if I could understand it. At the end of the day, because the range from the lower price to the upper price and the grid step, you're going to figure all that out on your own. So Will's absolutely right. Start with just the coin. The only other thing you would have to do if you weren't using that is you would have to figure out the coin that you want to invest in and how you want to get paid out in the wiggle. That's it. It's really one coin because the wiggle coin is almost always a stable coin, meaning that it just depends on the stable coin you like, and it just depends on if it's available in that exchange. So Dan will teach you how to find the coin to invest in for the wiggle. We'll also give you 48 at least settings that are copy and pastable over the span of 2 months. And then, by the way, once that 2 months are up, you don't get auto billed. You don't have to worry about canceling it. You have to actively seek us out and say, I want to sign up for this and I want to pay you for it. And so you can do that if you want to. Certainly don't need to do that. The main reason that Will and I offer this as a publisher, let me tell you why. Okay. We're going to talk a little inside baseball here. I'm going to tell you the inside scoop on the strategic planning that Will and I do when we publish it. We say, what would stop people from making a decision that's in their best interest? One thing that would stop them is they wouldn't feel confident that they could set up their own bots on their own. Can we create a solution for that that would minimize that issue? So therefore they could confidently move forward and go with the plan, which we think is going to be the very best thing for them and their money. Henceforth, CPR was born, right? That's what it was mostly designed for. It was mainly designed to stop you from getting in your own way and making up excuses when you could be making money, because we live on the success stories. That's what makes our brand grow. Now, Dan, he loves the success stories because he likes to read them and he feels really good about them. I get a little bit of that. I get some of that too. You know why I like the success stories? Because as a brand, we shoot to the top of the industry. We are the number one brand in the industry because we produce better results than anybody else in the industry. It's cool to hear your story, and I love it for that fact, but I love it even more because the more successes we make, the more successful we are as a company. And so that's really what this is about. But you want to copy and paste it and do your own research to validate it independently, go for it. You want to use a little bit of it, go for it. You want to use it exclusively, go for it. You never want to use it, I'm okay with that. Just get in the plan and follow the process, the very basic process that Dan teaches. Will's not joking when he says it's just basically a couple websites.
Yeah, it's just a couple of websites you're going to go to, and you're going to type in the coin pair and look at like a couple of numbers. That's it. I mean, it's so simple. Here's what I have had. We've had a couple of friends / customers tell me, Jason. Not all of them, of course, but a couple of them says, I refuse to use coin pair research because it removes the fun.
Yeah, true.
It removes the fun. And there's no secret in what's being done in coin pair research, and I can do it all myself in minutes, and I like hunting for the coins myself. So Great. And I commend them for it. It's there though to get ideas.
And how is it? Is it second rate? Is it any inferior? No. The last 3 coins that I set up right here were from CPR. I did that to prove a point because the other day on a webinar, this is me, I'm a little petty sometimes. A customer got me pissed off because they were like, oh, I bet the coin pair research isn't really that good as doing it on your own, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to prove them wrong because I know it is. And so I set up these three coins with the coin pair research, and man, they're performing really well. They're outperforming my other coins actually right now. Now, I don't know why that is or isn't, but I will tell you, I have never seen any difference between my own research and how it performs versus the coin pair, because it follows the same process. One of it is somebody else does it for you, and one of it is you do it on your own. In both cases, there's not a lot to do initially, and then you do nothing ideally and optimally after you get them up and running, as I've done, the plan.vip/join.
So this fees, buying and selling fees, every time you buy and sell a little bit of crypto, there are fees involved in the process. They're like exchange fees. Every bit that we've showed you here today, the fees are already accounted for. So when Jason said my bot profit was $40, that was really true profit. There's like the fees have already been removed before that number was given to you. So he's got on the screen right now, when he sold that little bit of that coin,
Yep.
he was charged 4.67 cents, like from what I can tell here.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. And but his profit after the fees was 41.68 cents.
Yep.
So he profited 41 cents after fees. So the exchanges love you because you're making them a lot of money. They are collecting fees from you left and right. Do we care? And then that brings us back to another topic that's been asked already. How about taxes? Taxes are a fact of life. In fact, Jason, every time we talk about taxes, I remember my son Lucas. He was at the time like eight years old, and his brother said something to him, and he'd heard this somewhere somehow, and he says, "Hey man, death and taxis, death and taxis." So instead of taxes, to him it was taxis, and it was hilarious because he was telling his brother it was just a fact of life, right? So I always remember that. I laughed so hard when I heard him say that. Hey Jordan, death and taxis, man, death and taxis. So when you make money, when you profit, as far as we are aware, and I have not been nor have I studied the tax laws of every country, but as far as we're aware, in most countries in the world, if you profit, if you earn income in any way, shape, or form, you pay taxes on that earned income or profit that you've generated through a business or personal whatever, right? But we also know that if you make $0 or zero money, you pay zero in taxes. So if you think of taxes this way, you are going to pay taxes. The process for paying taxes related to crypto is simpler than anything else out there because you don't have to save receipts and do calculations. There's software that we're going to tell you about later when the time comes next year that will collect all the data for you, generate the reports, and you can just give it to your accountant, or when you file your taxes, you can copy and paste numbers. How much taxes do I want you to pay? I hope you will pay next year more taxes than you could ever imagine paying in your entire lifetime put together. Why do I say that? Because it also means that you have made more money than you could ever imagine yourself making in your lifetime. I wish someday my tax bill was $1 billion. So will you pay taxes? Yes. You will likely, in most countries, I can't say for sure, maybe in your country, crypto profits are tax-free, I don't know. But in most countries, it is likely that you will pay taxes. The software, we won't tell you about the software because you don't need it, and we need to explain some caveats. In fact, we're going to have a special training in January with a tax expert to help you understand. The software costs about, I will tell you what it costs. It costs about $600 and some dollars, $660 a year. It's not our software. And again, you don't need it. You don't need to run it now because whenever you do need to run it, it goes back in time in history and grabs all the data, no matter how long that history was, because it's all saved in the blockchain and the exchange records and so forth. So you don't need to worry about that. It's one of those things where if you started worrying about these minute things that are going to come your way, the more money you make, by the way, the more complex your life becomes. Does that mean that it is like you should not make money? If you want a life of simplicity, perhaps you shouldn't have a business. Perhaps you should not even work. because
So
you
true.
know the higher paying job you have, the nicer clothes you have to wear, the more responsibility you have, so the
The
longer
more people
hours you
want from
work.
you, like wait till you have family members asking you for money because you have some and they don't. That's going to happen. It's an
Yeah.
inevitable thing of getting rich. And so we don't try to throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's what the tax thing is. It's like, oh, the bathwater isn't warm enough, so let's get rid of the baby. It's like, I wouldn't recommend you do that. The idea here is all things in due time. Make your money and then pay your taxes. Now, if you want to employ strategies in your country with your professional that you feel are right for you to try to minimize in a legal way your tax burden, by all means, go with it, right? I'm anticipating that I'm going to pay taxes on crypto that are exactly the same types of taxes I pay on ordinary income. And I've paid that for years. And, I became a millionaire in the
Didn't
process.
didn't stop you from making wanting to make more money,
And it
right?
never stopped me. If it stopped me, I would not be here today offering you the plan. And so many people, the thousands that we've helped, would have not received that help, right? Jim Rohn, who's one of my favorite speakers ever, he says most people major in minor things. And I think that is so appropriate, not just for taxes, but just in general. They worry about the minutia, things that ultimately don't matter, and they don't worry about the big picture. They don't major in the major things, they major in the minor things. The major things are what can produce cash flow for me? What can I put into an investment that can hands off produce cash for me on a consistent basis? And how can I do that with the least amount of risk and the least amount of knowledge? That's a major thing to want to invest in. Your time, your money, your effort, your knowledge base. And so, but the minor things are easy to get caught up in. And if you don't believe me, just sit on a committee and watch as it devolves into the most minute things. I ever sit on a graphic design committee? Pretty soon it will devolve into some microscopic color, font choice nonsense and miss the big picture, right? So the big picture is this. I know you need cash flow more than anything. You need cash flow. This gives you cash flow. It also gets you into the best performing asset of all time, and it does it in a safe way. And you could still build up wealth because we're hodling and gives you the capabilities of doing that too, as well. But it solves the cash flow problem. Here's what I know about you if you're in crypto. You're in crypto right now without a guide, probably. Or you're in crypto right now where the guide is picking your pockets along the way as you think that they're helping you out. You're in crypto either because you don't want to miss out, or you're in crypto because you just feel like you have to be in because everybody else is in it. Those are not plans. And that's where it's dangerous. That's where most people lose money because they are in it purely emotionally and they're panicky, or they just sit out completely. And that's not okay. Neither one of those are okay with me. So it is no joke. Will and I don't need to work on a Saturday or a Sunday, right? But we've now consistently worked, I think, the last 3 weekends in a row. We don't need to do that. Why would we do that? I certainly am beyond trying to collect money to have a higher score than my neighbor. Like that stuff never really got me going in the first place. We do this because I believe I have a duty to my fellow man and fellow woman who's in crypto right now the wrong way or about to become involved in crypto in the wrong way. And I want to steer them away from that. I can't help how somebody else takes care of you in crypto world. I can't help how I can take care of you as a publisher and how Dan can take care of you as our publishee, the person that works with us alongside of us, who is the master, who is the best of the best. And that's what gets us going. Now, we have boundaries around that, meaning this thing stops at a certain point in time because we have to teach it live. When you go to the page at theplan.vip/join, not only does this countdown timer follow you down the page, there's a whole section on this page that explains why. When this hits 0, the button won't work. Try it. Sit on this page and let it stay open until it hits 0. Don't even refresh it. Try to get it to work. It won't. We set it up that way. So if you click on this at a certain period of time, when this hits 0, it will say it's no longer available. Okay. And this is because Dan starts the training on the 16th. That's the first customer question that we answer on this page. December 16th, 17th, and 18th, he does sessions 1, 2, and 3. He takes one day off. It's a Sunday. And then he does 20, 21st, 22nd. Then they're all done. all of the sessions are done. We have to get you in before these sessions kick off. And that's one of the reasons why we're here today, because there's not a lot of time left. And by the way, Will, I'll tell you, the attentive rate has stayed pretty consistent. We hit like about 500 people, and we're hanging in at that number almost exact.
Yeah, people are coming and going, which is okay, which is the intent of this webinar, right? Or this session, this webathon. We're here to answer questions, and we'll be here for a while. We want to answer all the questions that you have in order to join. So let's see. Oh, if I join today, it's a great thing to do, Patrick, and start making trade after my training period, possibly 100 trades by the end of the year. Would I need to spend another 600 for the transaction? So the tax software, sorry, I was mumbling there. The tax software is only needed at the time you're going to do taxes.
And it's technically not even needed.
Technically not even needed. It depends on the number of transactions and where those. Please don't worry about the tax software. We will tell you. And there are other options. You don't have to buy the one that we recommend either.
Yeah. And again, you could manually try to track. You could track every transaction on your own if you wanted to and reconcile it that way. I'm going to tell you, just like I don't do anything on my car, I don't change its oil, I don't change its tires, I don't do any of that. You know, I mean, actually, I don't have any oil. I have a Tesla, right? Like, it's better at that point in time if you've made a significant amount of money because you've made a significant transactions. Then, when it makes sense, you get in that software. But again,
you can download all your transaction history in a spreadsheet from your exchange and reconcile it that way. Look. If you're worried about that, it's because you're going to have made money with this.
Like you're right now. You're looking at the wrong part.
If you run demo bots for the rest of the year, you will have zero taxes to worry about. Zero taxes to worry about because you won't have made any money. And by the way, it is not a bad strategy to run demo bots for several weeks.
No.
Not a bad strategy at all.
All of you should always have demo bots running. We're poor examples of that, Will and I are, because we can put a lot of money into this. And so we get a little undisciplined because we're not super concerned about that. But, you know, it's one of those things is I would much prefer all of my members always have demo bots running and live bots because you can have them both running simultaneously.
Anna asks, do you have examples of people making hundreds of thousands rather than tens of thousands a year? We do. In fact, Dan showed examples. If you watched one of the previous webinars, there are people making hundreds of thousands a year that are in the plan. By the way, we have at least one confirmed billionaire in the plan. At least one confirmed billionaire following the same exact strategies. We don't know the level of investment of our students because we can't track that. We don't have access to your exchanges. We don't have access to your wallets. We don't have access to your software. The only way we can look at your bots is if you share that URL with us, that share URL. The software allows you to share a URL with somebody so they can have view only access into your bots so they can see what you're running. And so if you were to share that with us, we could see it, which is the case for Dan's original 18 students. They all shared and gave Dan permission to show those on a webinar live. And so we have shown the results. Now, to put it in context, because we're asking you to take definitely a leap of faith, but ask how much of a real leap of faith versus a factual presentation we've given you. I'm not saying, hey, just trust me, do this. I'm saying here is everyone, like when Dan did the webinar, the several webinars this past week, he said, here are all, not the best ones, not some that I selected, not some that I want to show you, all of my students, all of my original beta students, every single one of them. When he opened those tabs in his web browser to show you their bots, just like Jason's been doing it, he couldn't predict whether it was going to look bad or look good, if the market's going to be up or down, because today, this webinar, this session was scheduled, and it was scheduled at a specific date and time. We did not have the luxury of saying, hey, Jason, let's schedule it as soon as Bitcoin goes up really high so the market looks really good. No, we don't have that luxury. Nor do we want to show you that time frame, because that's not It's just not the right thing to do. Any point in time when an event was scheduled in the future, Dan showed all 18 students, and he showed you what they are doing, what their bots are doing. Some values are up, some values are down. In every single case, they were profiting from their bots. Every single case. Have you ever seen an example like this, an opportunity presented to you like this, where somebody isn't showing you just what's possible with a few hand selected? See, if we wanted to really sell you hard on this, we would ask a whole bunch of our students, hey, share your bots with us. And we would pick the top 5 or 10 and say, look, these guys don't have any red whatsoever. Everything is green.
200% return.
They made 600% returns. Oh my God. But that would be disingenuous, because we want you to see the truth, because the truth is not only good enough, it's amazing in and of itself. We don't have to exaggerate.
Well, and Will, though, you bring up a great point, because I understand a lot of the hesitancy here today, because that's how everybody else does it. All these other publishers, that's what they're doing. They have thousands of customers. They handpick 4 or 5 or 6 of the best ones. They lead that there, and it gives you this false picture that everyone is like that. Instead, what we did is, here's all 18 of them. It makes for a long ass webinar, because, here's one, here's another one, here's another one, 18. Dan shows his, I show mine. If we have partners who do private webinars, they show theirs as well. And again, we don't show ours only when it's convenient. We've shown ours every single time Dan has done a webinar. Dan has done 77 webinars since June, where he's always shown all 18 of the original members every single time. I've been in this business for quite a while. And, just to give you the idea of the reach that we have, this platform we're on right now, Zoom brought me in personally, and our company, Rapid Crush, to train its users on how to do webinars. So we have a long reach, and we're very respected in all 4 corners of the internet. And so we get to see, I've seen things that most people have never seen. And I have never in my life ever seen any presentation for any type of product that showed 100% of its original members and continued to show them over 6 months with third-party software that is not something that they can adjust, tweak, or represent any differently than it is. I've never seen anybody do that live in the moment, without screenshots, without a net. And now, and that's in any industry. Now, let's talk about the crypto industry. 4 crashes last 6 months. Crypto's essentially, Bitcoin crashed 40% since the start of this launch. Anybody else who was doing a crypto product right now, you better check in on them, because they're probably checked into a depression clinic right now, being evaluated for their mental health. They're depressed, and we're like
into their caves, right? They're curled up in their cave right now, because
they are in a corner sucking their thumb in the fetal position. They'll be out next month when the market recovers, and they'll be just as optimistic as they ever were publicly.
And they'll be talking about how they bought the dip and like how they made all this money, but have they really made money because they're holding? So they haven't really made any money because they can't sell, right? So can you use your existing crypto portfolio? Yes, absolutely, you can.
Yep, absolutely.
You do not have, if you already have crypto, you can, and it's in an exchange that is supported by the software, and again, there are 25 of them. You can use it directly. If it's not, if it's in an exchange or in a cold wallet or something like that, you just need to move it to one of the supported exchanges. And these exchanges are all reputable exchanges, by the way. We have nothing to do with them, but we've researched all of them, and we have a comparison table of all the exchanges. So you can choose from like something like, I keep saying something like, because the number changes slightly. Every once in a while, they add another one. There's something like 25 different exchanges. And if you're wondering, wow, but in my country, will it support this exchange or that exchange? We have previously taught students in 104 countries. During this promotion in the last week and a half, we have had another 16 countries join us. So we're now up to 120 countries where we have students. We have yet to find a country where there wasn't at least one supported exchange. We have yet to find a country where there wasn't at least one supported exchange. So you don't have to worry about whether the exchanges are going to be supported or not. Here's the rule of thumb, which I've heard Jason say. We cannot tell you specifically if you're going to have an issue in your country or not, but we can tell you the rule of thumb. If it is possible for you to buy crypto where you live in your country, if it is legal and possible and allowed, and if there's any way for you to buy crypto in your country, it is 99.999999999% for sure that you can do the plan.
Yeah.
Because that's the software doesn't care where you live. There's no restrictions to use the software.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
As long as
and crypto doesn't care where you live either.
Crypto doesn't care where you live or where you are, which is the beauty of it. So yes, you can use your existing crypto. And when we say you have to invest $3,000 to run a bot, again, that is the equivalent, approximate equivalent in whatever crypto. It's the approximately $3,000 worth of. It's not exactly 3,000 US dollars. It's the approximate equivalent of $3,000, 3,000 US dollars.
And Will, if anybody is a complete beginner at crypto, we're going to get them this book ahead of the class starting, the digital version of this book. And they're going to be able to see, and I'm just going to show you kind of the preview that Dan shot here, a look inside of it as this is going to flick through here. And it's really cool because it's illustrated. It's very easy to grasp and understand. It was written for adults, but it makes buying and exchanging crypto as easy as child's play. And this is a really awesome ebook that you're going to get. We're going to email it to you shortly before the class starts. And so you'll be able to set up, if you've never done this in your life, I guarantee you, if you're a crypto expert, read this. It's a quick read. It's only a few minutes that it'll take you to read this. And you will learn something here that you didn't know, regardless of your level of understanding of crypto. So I think that's really cool that it doesn't really matter where you are at geographically or where you are at in terms of what you know about crypto. We've proven that from complete beginner to experienced pro, all of them are very happy with what they're getting in the plan.
Okay, so the relationship between Rapid Crush and Dan with the plan. Rapid Crush is the publisher. We are the publisher of the course. As the publisher, we provide customer service, we provide billing assistance, and we provide the technology support, like for the members area and all the architecture. Dan's responsibility is to create the course and teach the course, provide the coin pair research, and he also runs tier 2 support. So his shareholders in his company help provide tier 2 support. These are the experts that are running bots and have significant amounts of experience and investments in the same program that you're joining today. So we have been in business. We're about 20 days away from being in business for 11 years. And we have published hundreds of different courses and software and tools. And our support is, somebody asked about how long will I have support? You will have support as long as the program is around, and it's going to be around for a long time. We don't limit you in the amount of support that you're going to get. And if for those of you who have been customers for a decade or longer, and we have many customers that have been with us for a decade or longer and purchased many of our programs in the past, you know that you've been able to write to us no matter when you bought something and get support or get access to the product or any of that. So we have in total 52 people supporting the plan. 52 people. This is a long journey for Dan and for Rapid Crush. We believe in this so strongly that we've, for the most part, dropped we ceased publishing many other products because we have such a passion around this. This is the future. This is another reason why you should get into this now, because crypto is not a fad. The world powers, governments, very, very smart people realize that this is not a fad. Crypto is here to stay, and crypto is the future. What does that future exactly look like? Nobody knows for sure, but they know that it involves crypto. I don't know whether it's going to be 3 years from now, or 10 years from now, or 15 years from now, but at some point in the near future, within our lifetimes for sure, everybody will be using crypto. Everyone, and I mean everyone, will be using crypto in some way, shape, or form. And so for those of us who are getting into it early enough, and this is early enough, we're going to have such a tremendous advantage over people that are going to be trying to understand crypto 3 months, 3 years, or 5 years, or 10 years, or 15 years from now. They're just going to be so far behind. This is a great time to start getting a basic understanding of it and capitalizing on the possibilities. This is a great time. Whether you join the plan now or not, realize that you will be doing something with crypto soon. You will be. It's not going to be an option. It's not going to be something like, well, I don't want to have this, or I don't want to do that. It's not going to be optional in the near future. It's just going to be the way that the financial world is moving. I don't know if you knew this, and I don't want to get into too much detail, but the Visa MasterCard network gets settled in cryptocurrencies these days in the background. It has nothing to do with you or how you pay your credit card bills or anything, but the settlement of transactions is being done with crypto stable currencies. This major financial institutions, governments, entire governments of countries have already adopted it. It's time that we do the same so we're not left behind.
Yeah,
So go ahead.
It's the most democratic thing that has ever been released because of how fair and how frictionless it is. You can't hoard it. Like when I say democratic, I mean
Jason, stop.
Yeah,
I got to stop you because this is
you got
so
a good question.
This, oh my God,
Yeah,
this is unbelievable, and it's sad.
Yeah,
but we got to address this.
Okay.
I joined a group that used bots just like yours, and to make a long story short, I got wrecked. They stole everything I had in the exchange. I want to start over, but ... So stop right there. Every single one of you, please, whatever you're doing, pay attention right now. This is super important.
Yes.
Pay very close attention. Do not, and I absolutely tell you, do not ever trust anyone to handle your cryptocurrency investments for you. Do not ever send money to a wallet address that is not your very own wallet address. Do not ever give access to your or passwords or anything to an exchange or to any of your wallet secret keys or any of that to absolutely anyone. In the plan, we will never have you transfer money or give us access to anything that is yours. The cryptocurrency that you have is your own. Please do not. There are so many scams out there, and I keep hearing this over and over and over again. I joined this company and they're going to invest for me, so I sent money to their wallet address, and they won't give it back. Georgette, I am so sorry this happened to you.
Yeah, me too.
Do not allow anyone to access your crypto. In the plan, you're going to learn that you set up an exchange account. You transfer money from your bank account to your exchange account, which you control. You're the only one who has access to that. You sign up for the software. The software does not have access to your crypto to move it outside of your wallet, your exchange, that is. The software only has the ability to trade inside your exchange, meaning it always stays in your control. No one but you or whoever you give access to in your family will have access to your crypto. We are not requesting investment here. We're not asking you to send us $3,000 to invest for you. It is your responsibility, is in your account, in your control. You open bots when you want to. You close bots when you want to. You transfer money in and out of crypto land whenever you want to. Nobody has control. So Georgette, for you to say that you joined a group that use bots like ours, It is just not the case. It doesn't even compare because it sounds like you sent them money. They stole everything. For them to steal everything, you must have given them some sort of access or you must have sent them some crypto. You cannot do that. Don't ever fall for any of that. There are unfortunately so many scams because it's new. It's an opportunity that is very profitable. So there are a lot of scams out there. Please, whatever you do, never, ever. And if somebody tells you they're with the plan and they're going to invest it for you, don't believe them. Do not believe them. No one at the plan will ever ask you for anything related to your wallet, access to your wallet, transfer to this wallet or that wallet. Nobody will ever, ever, ever teach you or tell you anything other than this is how you transfer from your wallet in one exchange to another wallet that is your wallet in a different exchange. That's it. Your wallets, your wallet address, never anybody else's. So sorry, Jason. When I saw that, I had to
am
cover
glad
that.
you did, and it actually ties into what I'm saying about how this is democratic because the old model is very parasitic. You put your faith in somebody else or some other institution, and then you hope that they take care of you. That's so dangerous. It just reminds me of Enron over and over again, or Bernie Madoff all over and over again. The thing about Bitcoin, though, is that you don't need these brokers or you don't need these extra layers in between you and the code. You can plug right into the code yourself. So here's kind of a funny way of thinking about this. I think for some of you, this will resonate in a way which will make you understand why we're doing so well with the plan. Okay. The tallest involuntary building destroyed is the Singer Building. Anybody know what the Singer Building is? Or anybody know who was in the Singer Building? What is the Singer Building? Well, I'll give you a hint. It's at 270 Park Avenue. And who has buildings on Park Avenue? Banks do, right? So this is JP Morgan Chase. This is the bank that used to stand at 270 Park Avenue. Is 328 feet tall, or 100 meters, over 100 meters. It was like $1 billion building, but they destroyed it because right now they're building another building in its place that's worth $3 billion. So this is going to cost them $3 billion to build the new JP Morgan Chase Tower. All right. That's a lot of money. That's money that is going out of the investors or the people that have bank accounts in JP Morgan to fund this overhead. We call this overhead. In this case, literally, it's over your head, right? But check this out. Here's a staggering amount banks have been fined since the financial crisis. And sorry if you can hear my dogs in the background. They get really upset when they hear about the banks and their atrocities and every act they commit. They're very sensitive to that. So banks have been fined a staggering $243 billion with a B since the financial crisis. Maybe they caused the financial crisis. I'm not going to get into that, but it's interesting nonetheless that 243. JP Morgan has had 44 billion in fines. So this is why we like the plan, because Bitcoin doesn't have a CEO. It doesn't have a corporate office building. It doesn't demolish 100-meter skyscrapers to build bigger skyscrapers. It doesn't have billions of dollars in fines that it's paid. It's a code. It's a protocol. Now that's pure decentralization. Are the coins that we're in completely decentralized? No. Are the exchanges that we're using with the software completely decentralized? No, not yet. But it's a step in the right direction. There's a bridge that's being built between the two. So a lot of the coins that are running that can do all these things that back in the day required a massive infrastructure, they required a massive amount of trust. All of that's obsoleted now. None of that's needed anymore. And the blockchain is improving it on a day-by-day basis. So these coins in their infancy are just getting better and better and better and better. It's kind of like the first electric vehicle that was ever released. It was trash. It did not work. It fell apart. It was a whole headache. Now Tesla is the most profitable auto manufacturer in the world. So you got to start somewhere and build it over time. When Bitcoin started, there was no use or utility on it. Look at it now. Look how far it's become. And so we like this as an opportunity in and of itself for those reasons. We don't want to gamble with it, though. And that's why we like to have a plan. The bot as a plan creates the cash flow. And then to underscore the point, we do not manage your funds because to us, that's like doing the same thing that the existing financial institutions are doing. So that's not that to us. Like Will said it best. It's disingenuous. It doesn't make sense to say this is the new world, same as the old world, right? What's that saying? Welcome the new boss, same as the old boss, or something like that. Welcome the new ruler, same as the old ruler. We don't want to do that. It's funny how so many other people are doing that. And so again, a part of our purpose is to steer you away from those no gooders. They don't do good. They utilize the beauty of crypto to have bad intentions. We are leveraging the beauty of crypto to give you the best, fairest way to build wealth, which you've never had access to before. It has been largely against you. We're evening the playing field for you now, and we're an education company. We don't have a board of directors. We don't have a vested interest in keeping the old model running. We don't have bankers that we're friends with who we have to worry if we hurt their feelings if we say something against them, right? We don't have to be censored in our language. We can just tell you what it is. We don't have a dog in the fight when it comes to the financial world. What we have in the fight is the heart of trying to help, which is the mission and our purpose of our company, to improve the financial situation for as many people as we possibly can. Now, we've typically historically done that through businesses. It's the first time ever we've done this through pretty much a non-business activity. And I'll tell you, I'm liking this a lot.
Yeah, the direct-to-consumer stuff is fun because we get to directly impact, not that we didn't impact people's lives before. We have always done that in the 10 years we've been in business, almost 11.
Just a very narrow segment of the population, right? So we could only previously appeal to the entrepreneur. And I will tell you, I'm an entrepreneur, and so is everybody else I know, and we're all crazy. It takes a special kind of insanity to want to be an entrepreneur. It's fun. It's really powerful if you can pull it off, but it ain't for most people. And so that is how you make your money. But what do you do for your money so it makes money for you? And so Will and I are able to open up a market that we've never been able to touch before. And Will and I didn't invent the plan. We're customers just like you of the plan. In essence, that we started with no knowledge. We followed the process just as Dan laid it out. And Dan trusted us to publish the plan because he knows what we're about. He knows what we've done. Dan could have had the pick of the litter. He could have went with anybody because what he has is so powerful. And he decided to go with the best. Yep.
He chose to go with the best because he knew we're the best in what we do.
And he's the best at what he does. And that's what's beautiful. When we pair up the best with the best, that's when miracles become realities. And that's why, even though this seems preposterous, what is going on right now in terms of the results you've seen, in terms of the statuses, in terms of everything, and it sounds so unbelievably favorable for you in terms of the risk is minimized, the reward is maximized. I get it, but this is, again, was what we're hanging here with you on a Saturday, trying to hope this breaks down and it makes sense for you. The plan.vip/join. Plus, Dan is a lot nicer about it than we are. Dan is very kind of homespun, folksy. He's really cool, really laid back. I ain't got a problem pushing you a little bit, because if I feel like I'm pushing you in the right direction, the same direction you want to go in, I'm willing to be a little bit more forthright in it.
So somebody else mentioned, what does it mean when a person says fund the wallet and then I start with 3K and they help me make 23K? If anybody is helping you make 23K out of 3K, just again, what I said earlier, I hope you were paying attention. Don't send anybody your crypto. Yeah. Do not send anybody your crypto. And they may use words like fund your wallet, or like, words that make it sound like it's yours. Make sure that you're following the instructions in the plan and you're not sending anybody anything. If it is not your account that you set up and the wallet you set up inside your exchange, don't send any money there. You're probably going to be scammed. Do not confuse the plan, the plan from Dan Hollings with any other promise out there.
And let us know if you see anybody talking about the plan.
Yeah, let us know, because we will legally pursue them if they're trying to impersonate us, because we take your safety very, very, very seriously. Yep. Jason, let's talk about time, because there's some very busy people here.
Oh yeah,
everybody's already super, super busy doing other things and don't have the time. They're concerned about the time commitment to do this.
Let's
talk about the entire time commitment.
I mean, if you want to really let me be as liberal as possible with the time. Let me make every assumption that you're the slowest person to do the course. Okay. Meaning that you're going to watch every minute of every training. Let's just start there. Okay. How long is that going to take? That's going to fall between 10 hours and 20 hours. Okay. Why the variance? Because Dan teaches this live. So it's going to be 90 minutes to 180 minutes a session, or a little less or a little bit more. So let's just say, between 10 and 20 hours to watch the whole course. Okay. Then to set up a bot the very first time, I'm going to be ultra conservative, Will, in the terms of the speed. Let's call it 1 hour. That's ridiculously longer than it should take.
It'll never take an hour, but okay.
But let's just call it an hour, right? So let's just say
we're rounding up to the nearest 60 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. We'd be more accurate to round down to 1 minute than round up to an hour, but we'll just call it an hour. Okay. And so then you run your first bot in 1 hour, total time, 21 hours. If you took it the longest possible way you could possibly take it. That's ridiculous. That is far longer than it will take. Now, on the flip side, let me give you the best case scenario. So then we'll have a range, right? You watch the second session. So watch the first 2 sessions. So in less than 5 hours, you'll know how to set up your first bot. And let's just round that up to 6 hours again, because that's so ridiculous. But 6 hours, between 6 and 20 hours. Okay. You will fall somewhere in the middle of that, probably closer to 6 than you will 20. If we called it 10, I would feel very comfortable with 10 hours. Okay. But nonetheless, who cares about the amount of time, whether it's 6 hours or 20 hours? What happens after you learn how to set up a bot? This is the real magic. So there's a little bit of a time investment up front, not a lot, but a little bit. The real magic is once you start the bots, let the bots run. Just don't do anything. My approach, yours may vary, is this. Once a month, I try to set up 3 bots or less. And then once a week, I just take a glance at the bots and just say, okay, what's going on with them? And then almost always, there's only been 2 times in my life I've done anything with the bots after I've started running them. And so I average less than 2 hours a week to make over $7,000 per month from my bots. And I'm certainly not on the high end of success stories. I'm below average in a lot of ways, but nonetheless, that's the time commitment. The fact that this is true passive income. It really gets me riled up, Will, because marketers throw around terms like passive income all the time. And their definition of passive income and my definition of passive income don't even live on the same planet, okay? Because I'll give you an entrepreneur say, I'm going to set up a Facebook ad, and then I'll just get, I'll get traffic and leads passively, and it will make me all this money, and I'll just sit back and sip my ties on the beach. Yeah? And then the next day they have to update their ad, or the next week they have to restart their ad because it got blocked, or some weird thing happened, or some crazy thing occurred, right? So passive in their definition means I work really hard, spend more than 20 to 30 hours to get it going, and then every week or 2, I have to invest another 5 or 10 hours to maintain it. That's their definition of passive income. Passive income for them is really just a part-time job. Or, the joke is make money when you're asleep is because you never sleep. That's how you make money in your sleep. You stay up for 22 hours and you only sleep for 2. So yeah, you're making money in your sleep because you're working yourself to death. That's not passive income. This is literally you set a bot up and you let it run and you do nothing. The first time Dan told me do nothing, I cringed because it just sounded so ridiculous. And then I really understood that is the most accurate way to describe it. Not only is it accurate from the sense of that's the experience, but it's accurate in the sense of it will help you the most when you run the bots. Because you will say, just do nothing. Then you won't have to worry about the bots. You won't have to look at them. You won't have to waste time that is not necessary. So do nothing is the most valid strategy. It is the most hands-off thing I've ever seen in my life. The only things I've seen that are more hands-off than this are things that give you like 2% or less a year. And who's getting rich on 2% or less a year? Nobody. You're losing money on 2% because the inflation rate is increasing at a rate greater than your 2% return is. That's why they give you 2%, because then they go and they make 10 or 20% with it, right? So this is so unbelievably passive, requires so little time. And there's no way you'll believe me. I mean, hopefully you'll believe me enough to give it a go. and then you will see for yourself and experience it. You saw me set up a demo bot earlier. The function of setting up a bot took me about 15 seconds, 10 seconds, but it took me just a little bit longer to research it and set it up correctly. Now, Will, I'll do you one better, okay? Every one-on-one person that Dan taught it to initially, all those 18 results that we've shown on 77 occasions now, all of them, they were done in less than 5 hours. Every single one of them were able to get up and going and have those bots running in less than 5 hours. Once they had their money in crypto, less than 5 hours. That's all I should have said. I should have just said that.
Yeah. The software is web-based, so it doesn't matter what kind of device you have, whether you have a Mac or Windows or Linux or a tablet, you can even run this from a smartphone. It's a little harder on the smartphone just because the screen is so small and you have to go between screens. So I wouldn't recommend it, although I have set up bots and closed bots and changed bots on my smartphone. I have done it. It's great to view it on the smartphone, like to just view it. To set up a bot, I don't like it. It's a little cumbersome. But to view the results and see the bots, I look at it, a couple of times a day on my phone.
I'm going to put it up here, and I think with my fancy camera now, there it is, right?
Yeah. So
that's what it looks like on a phone.
Yeah.
Pretty sweet, huh? The best part about it on the phone is I can say, oh, okay, $31,325. I'll tell you the best part about the phone, Will, is when you're out with friends and you can't resist talking about the plan.
Oh, yeah.
When you start to talk about it, their eyes glaze over. Then you say, hold on a second. Let me just show you. And then you pop it open. You throw it up like this and you say, check out what we're doing. Okay, it's reloading again because it's live. Check out what I'm doing. Look at this. Look at this. And then you start scrolling through it. And next thing you know, you're the life of the party. 12 people are huddled around you, surrounded you, hanging on your every word. I've seen it more times than I can count.
Yeah, you will become a very popular person despite your history, whether you were popular before or not, because it truly is unbelievable. And when you're showing them on your phone or whatever device you have, all of a sudden you make another $1 and you're like, yeah, I just made $1. Oh, there's another one, right? Mm-hmm. And it'll happen right in front of their eyes with you doing nothing other than holding up your phone. It's unbelievable.
Yep. Yeah. So in short, anywhere you get an internet connection, the bot run, you don't have to be connected to the internet for the bot to collect profit for you either.
Yeah. So we have 393 people still live with us with lots of questions coming in, which we love. Please do not get frustrated with us if we don't get to your question right away. And if it's been a while since you asked it, ask it again, because the chat scrolls really, really fast and it's hard for us to see every single one of them. Don't keep asking every 10 seconds because that's also not good for us. But don't be frustrated. We're here. We're trying to answer every single question. Jason, can you pull up your bot screen again? Somebody was asking about your level of investment. So your current level of bot investment is $91,000, and this is the total.
It's not exactly accurate because if you look at the wallet, right, and you see this in there, I've put in about 50,000. Most of this, and less than 50 actually. Most of this is profit, and it's been reinvested. And then on top of that, it also equates value. So this is value. This is not raw funds that I'm working with.
This is the value. This is the value that is currently tied up in the bots.
Yep.
This is the current value that is tied up in the bots, and that number will grow as the market value grows and shrink as the number shrinks. Yep. But Jason said he put about $50,000 in.
Even less. I should have tracked it better, Will. I did a poor job of tracking it because everything.
So did I. I mean, I know how much money I have total invested. Like, I know how much money came out of my bank account and went into crypto land. And for me, it's $125,000.
I don't even know that. I don't know. I just remember.
Easy for you to go find. That's fairly easy for you to go find out if you cared enough to find out.
I totally could go back and look at my bank statements, because the last time I brought money in, especially the other day, I brought 90,000 in, which is not in anything right now. So none of you see here has anything to do with that. I think I brought in 25,000 once and then 20,000 another time, and then maybe 10 or not. I'm not sure. So around 50,000 I put into this thing. And that freaks people out, Will. They say, oh, I knew it. It takes money to make money. You had to have a whole bunch of money to start with this. No, you don't. Okay. So if you look at any of these bots you could, if you started one bot and we randomly picked one, right? Like, and this is a hodl bot. So this is not the best example because this is a wealth creation bot more so than a cash flow bot. But like, let's just say you pick the one underneath of it, right? Okay. If you would have started with 5,000 in this one, you would have made 2,100. If you would have started with 3,000 in this one, you still would have made what? 42% on your money. Who's making 42% on their money doing nothing? Who? You could be, even with one single bot. And this is not a bot that I cherry picked, right? This is on the lower end of performance of my bots. And so if you would have been in this for 3 months and 8 days with $3,000, you would essentially made about, I don't know, 1,200, 1,400, something like that. But what you would have made is 42% on your money.
Leave that screen up, Jason, because I want to show something else.
All right, let me find that tab.
Zoom out a little bit so that they can see the whole Bitsgap screen. Scroll to the top so you can see the graph. Go to the top of the page. See all those little icons on the left? Just scroll over the icons on the left of the chart, all the little tools and things. The software is so incredibly complex. It's developed with all kinds of science and metrics and stuff. Here's the beauty of it for somebody that asked who's not computer savvy. You don't need to know any of that. There are literally about 10 buttons or 10 things that you need to know how to click on. And then about 5 settings you got to put into the bot settings to start the bot. So you do not need to be technologically savvy in order to do this. And for anybody who thinks that they are maybe too old to do this, because somebody said, "Oh, I'm an old age guy and I'm not, I'm not tech savvy." We have customers doing the plan in their 90s.
Yeah.
You do not need to be tech savvy. You need to be able to follow instructions, though. So if somebody says, if Dan says on the screen, like, Jason, point to a button, point to any button, that ruler button. If Jason says, look at that button on the screen where my mouse is right now, point to that and click on that. If you're able to follow instructions to see, like, oh, that is the button that he's telling me to click on, I will click on that button, and you won't get confused at which button to click because the mouse pointer is right there. If you're able to follow instructions and click on that button and then click on the screen and drag the mouse over, that's enough technology. Like Jason likes to say, you had to fill out a web form.
You had to be here, yeah.
And then you had to go look at your email, and then you had to click on a link in order to even join this. And perhaps you even had to download the Zoom software in order to be here. You had to accept and click some buttons and stuff. That is as much tech savvy as you need. So Zohar, you are tech savvy enough, I guess.
Hey, if you typed into the chat box here, that's no small feat. Zoom doesn't make that the easiest thing in the world to figure out either, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Children learn how to walk with a very small brain and a very limited education system in place to teach them how to walk and talk, and they seem to figure it out.
Yeah, and our beta students, by the way, were from all different places in the world. We had people from Australia, people in Europe, we had people in the US, we had a guy in Fiji, somebody, I believe, the Philippines,
Isle of Man.
Isle of Man. We had people in Mexico. I mean, we currently are in 100. We've taught already students, or Dan has taught students in 104 countries, and now with this new offer that will expire in just a few days, 16 other countries have joined us. So by the time he teaches this in December, starting next week, he will have taught people in 120 countries. And the levels of investment, Bruce, are all over the place. Like I said, we have people that we know that they've told us and showed us that they've invested $1 million in crypto, and we have people that are starting with $3,000. Most of the people that are in tier 2 that are dance partners started with one single bot. Yep. If you've been in a webinar and you've talked to Ashley or Anthony's here with us today. Anthony started with one bot, one $3,000 bot. Jason and I started with $25,000. I believe it was 3 bots that we ran, Jason. I'm not totally sure, but I think it was 3 bots,
I
maybe
can't remember,
four.
5 or 3 or something like that.
Yeah, but that's because we had $25,000 to invest. There are a lot of people that start
Well,
with
I could
1 bot.
figure this out. I could look it up and show everybody.
Yeah, you can look up your closed bots from whenever.
I closed them all in August. I remember that because I changed exchanges, and
You're
so
not showing the screen if to
no, I
see
know.
what.
I'm pulling it up right now. Okay,
Okay.
uh, so 26 days, and you can see 2 months, 5 months. So this doesn't show the ones that I closed before that. So dang it, I have to go back further. I don't know how far back I can go and look at this, but the bottom line is I know a majority of these when I started within 5 or 6 months, and then I just let these run. I think we set up three though, Will, maybe
I am pretty
five.
sure it was 3 bots that we set up.
I think it was three. I can't
And then we
remember.
came back and set a couple of more, like we set more up a couple of months later after you looked at it for the first time, 45 days later.
I remember the very first day I set them up, I accidentally closed them all. Remember that?
Yeah.
And then I had to reset them up again.
Yeah. So those of you giving us email addresses to send you information, we won't do that. You need to write to support@rapidcrush.com with your question or request or support issue. So go ahead and write to support@rapidcrush.com. The other thing you can do is go to the plan.vip/join, and at the very bottom of the page, you will see a link to our support, and where you can go submit a support request. Easiest if you just send an email to support@rapidcrush.com. Sheldon asks, your results are over what time period? He's shown the time period, Sheldon. He showed bots that he started 2 days ago. He showed bots that's been running for 6 months, and each of the bots have a different time frame. So
Yeah. So we're
as
looking at
long as
6 months and 12 days here for the oldest bots up until 1 day and 22 hours ago, $31,000 in 6 months.
yeah, and these are just the
38%
running
return.
bots. Those are just the running bots. The bots he's already closed
Oh,
capitalize
yeah.
even more.
It was another
So
20 some $1,000 in closed bots.
so here's the thing. Let's start focusing on questions that are not related to like how much time, how much money, how much this, because we're like we've been showing this like for most of the webinar, and we're not showing you screenshots, we're showing you live results. And I just don't think it's like, I think we've shown that enough. I mean, we can
Yeah.
keep
We're
showing
beating
it,
a
but
dead
it's like,
horse.
we're beating a dead horse. You saw the numbers, you saw the investments, you saw the percentage, you saw the graphs that show the value, a value up on some, value down on others, but you saw the consistent bot profits. If you want to know how much this, how much that, again, we've showed you the results. If you've attended different webinars, Dan has showed 18 of them plus his own. You've seen enough of that. What are the real questions that will help you make a decision? And that decision, I love how Jason puts it. It doesn't matter, and we truly mean this, it doesn't matter whether the decision, yes, I will join, or no, I will not join. As long as you make a decision, that is awesome. The problem, though, is when you're stuck in maybe I will, maybe I won't. I'm not totally sure. 1 minute I think yes, 1 minute I think no, and you stay in this pendulum scenario, because that's not a good place for you to be. That will get you nowhere, and you're honestly just wasting time in this process of deciding. And we want you to, if you're concerned about, for example, wasting time or how much time the course is going to take you, you should be concerned in how much time you spend in maybe, how much time you have to spend here with us to try and make a decision. Your best use of time would be to ask us the question that is most important to you, 1 or 2 questions that will absolutely like help you make a decision to yes or no, and get out of the maybe. It doesn't matter whether it's yes or it's no. You just got to get out of the maybe, because maybe is a waste of time, a waste of energy. It brings frustration and angst, and
Doesn't feel good.
it doesn't feel good, right? I don't want you to sleep money. I don't want you to lose sleep over it and wake up in the middle of the night saying, I'm going to join. No, I can't join because of this, or I should join because of that. Just make a decision. And here's the beauty about you making a decision today and getting out of that maybe. Your decision doesn't have to be final today either. Because when you join today, within 24 hours, you will receive a participation agreement and a non-disclosure agreement. And this is all explained at the plan.vip/join. And then you will read it. And when you read that agreement, it will give you further insight into what you're getting yourself into. And at that point, if you decide, nah, something doesn't sit right with me, just don't sign it and let us know so we can refund your whole money. And if you do sign it, then congratulations, you're in. 99.5% or more of customers sign it. Some of them back out. That's okay too. We only want people that are committed because this is a non-refundable commitment once you sign the agreement. Before you sign the agreement, you can ask for a refund, no problem. The agreement will tell you what you can expect of us because we believe in full transparency. I hope you can realize, do you believe we've been transparent with you at least so far? Have we been fully transparent? Have you showed you like real live information? We didn't hide anything. You asked questions. We've been trying to answer to the best of our capability. Would you agree that we have demonstrated to you full transparency today and throughout this entire promotion? Would you please type yes or no in the chat box for me? We believe in full transparency, which is why when you go to the plan.vip/join, we not only are transparent here on these webinars, we're transparent on that page. That page has a section called the frequently asked questions. Jason, maybe you can show that on the screen. And in there, it covers all kinds of questions that you may have because we want you to have all the information. There are the questions. When does the training start? How is it delivered? Are all the phases of the plan included? Do you take a cut of my crypto profits? Is this an investment fund or other type of security? Are you financial? We answer all kinds of questions that we get all the time because we want to be transparent. When you get the non-disclosure agreement, we're transparent there too. So we're going to tell you what you can expect of us, but we also tell you what we expect out of you because we have expectations out of you when you join the plan. Christopher, I think, was the only one that said no because I haven't had a question answered yet. So Christopher, do me a favor. Ask me your burning question again that will help you make a decision from maybe to either yes or no. And again, I don't care whether you decide yes or no.
I'd be really excited to hear a brand new question, Will, because I've heard the same types of questions over and over.
Yeah, that's the other problem. That's the other thing. We may not have addressed you by name, perhaps, but I can almost guarantee you we've answered your question. So you also have to do us a favor and pay attention to the questions we're answering because it might not be 100% exactly covering the words you mentioned, but the answer has been given. I can almost guarantee it. Is the CPR recorded? CPR is a web page you go to and the settings are there and they get published every once in a while, at least 24 times per month. So it's a web page you go to inside the members area. Where are we located? Our company headquarters are in Florida, in Nokomis, Florida. It's on the Gulf Coast of Florida. That doesn't mean much though, because all of our team works remotely. Everybody works from home. The headquarters is literally one room, which is my personal office. And I work here because I like the silence and being away from the kids, noisy kids. And so there isn't an office you can stop by and come see us. And we've been a remote working company for almost 11 years now.
Since before it was cool. We were doing it before it was cool.
Yeah. So will this be the last time this course is available? Charles, no. Unlikely to be the last time. However, we do not know when it will open again. Will it open again? It is very, very, very likely. When? We don't know. I wish I could give you the answer. I do know that we're going to close it in a few days. And we're going to focus on just the customers that we have brought in during this promotion because we want to make sure everybody's successful. We want to make sure that we provide the best support, which is why it isn't openly available at any time. You can't join next week or next month because we have a very structured support program. Because when we bring in several thousand new customers, we know that a lot of those customers are going to ask the same types of questions because they're going to be at the same level or the same stage of their implementation. And so it is much more efficient for us to support everybody at once, even if we're answering single, one-on-one support tickets, which we do, but to have everybody sort of at the same stage is helpful. So we can't just do intakes, new customer intakes all the time. Okay, Trish, how secure is this with a hard wallet? You need an exchange to do this. So we teach you how to we talk about exchanges where you can go trade, and then you can do your own research on the security of those exchanges. Companies like Coinbase, for example, and others are publicly held companies in the US. They're publicly traded stock, and so they have all kinds of government requirements as far as data privacy, data security, and all that kind of stuff. So I will tell you this, no less secure in my opinion, and I'm a technologist and I understand technology and data security and all that stuff. I have a very strong background in that. No less secure than a bank. No less secure than a bank. In large part, the security is dictated by how secure you make it be.
Yeah.
So if you make your passwords be really easy and you don't use two-factor authentication, then less secure than if you did, right? So you dictate the security.
Yeah, and let's be very clear. A cold wallet that's stored away is going to be more secure. It's also not going to let you capture wiggle. So you gotta say, okay, listen, having some in a cold wallet is fine, but having some in an exchange that is capturing me wiggle, is that an acceptable risk? And millions of people every day are saying, yes, that's an acceptable risk.
So I love this question and I hate this question. I apologize for the hating part, Christopher. It's not about you, but average wins and losses, and is there a maximum number of open trades? Averages are so misleading. What we have done, like Jason has an example that is used many times. If you have Bill Gates in the room with 5 other people, the average person is a billionaire in the room.
Yeah.
But that doesn't tell you anything about the 5 broke people that may be sitting with Bill Gates in the room, right? The average temperature in Io, where Jason came from, the average annual temperature is a comfortable 75 degrees or 72 degrees or whatever. Yeah. That doesn't tell you the 110-degree days, nor does it tell you the -0-degree days.
I've been at -29 before in Io.
Right. So averages are so incredibly misleading. What we have done here today, Christopher, and you're seeing real bots from that Jason showed on the screen that he's been running in his account. And you saw hopefully in previous webinars the bots that have been run by our Dan's 18 original students, which he is fully transparent. He's gotten permission to show those 18. So hopefully you can see the results. And keep in mind, Christopher, that what you're seeing is the state of those bots in a crashed market. Nobody will argue that we are in a crash right now. We're in a severely down market at this point. We have been for about 8 or 9 days. So the results will look much better afterwards. Number of open trades, there is a limit on exchange per exchange basis, Christopher, on a coin per coin basis. It doesn't matter though, because the rules take that into account. The rules take that into account. So none of that technical nitty-gritty do you have to worry about. So Christopher, you asked earlier, you said earlier we hadn't answered any of your questions. Now I just answered 2 of your questions. So
and the whole performance question, we've tried to answer in the most accurate, best way that we know of, which is historically we've showed hundreds and hundreds of bots running all at the same time from a variety of people with a variety of experiences. And then you certainly can extrapolate from that what you see in terms of returns that either you're excited or you're not. I know most people, when they see a lot of these 10% in 2 months, 20% in 3 months, 30% in 4 months, because I've seen hundreds and hundreds of those examples, they say, that sounds pretty good. I'm going to play.
Yeah. How many bots can you run? It depends on what level of the software you use. The $69 per month version, you can run 5 bots at any one given time. And by the way, everybody should start there, because you're going to run bots in demo mode anyway for a long time. Or
not a long time.
Not a long time, as long as you decide you need to. And then you can always upgrade later to the $150 a month version to run up to 20 bots. Now, Some people may be thinking, oh, what if I want to run more than 20 bots? Believe me, you won't.
You don't need to.
Not even Dan runs that, because this isn't the end all be all. This isn't the end game for you. When you are successful enough where you're running 20 bots, trust me, you're going to want to join the additional phases of the plan and further diversify. And
you
even
won't need
before you
cash
can
flow
run 20
anymore.
bots.
You won't need cash flow anymore at that point in time. You'll have enough cash flow coming in that you're going to want to set your sights to diversifying into long-term wealth accumulation. And there are better strategies for that than the bots. The bots are better for most people for that than anything else. But in crypto world, this is a great foundation then to get into some of the other areas that Dan has mastered at an equally competent level as he's mastered these bots.
Let's see. I love this. Patrick says, by the way, we still have 343 people here, so the questions are still coming. We will do our best to address every question or every type of question at least once, okay?
Yep.
There will not be a recording of this. This isn't like a training session. This is just us hanging out with you, answering questions. And, so we will stay here for a while longer and just keep on answering questions. Now, Patrick says, I'm going to read this verbatim. I've lost money several times for making money that promised a few minutes a day and easy to implement, only to find out it is only easy if you have a PhD or you're able to sell oceanfront property in Iowa. You seem to present the most open and honest presentation I've seen. Thank you. I'm just skeptical this is going to require a higher IQ than what I have to be successful.
That's a great question. Thank you for asking it, by the way. Marketers, man, they can spin anything to sound like $1 million. That's a good thing and a bad thing, because some things, even if they're great, they need to be presented in a way so people can understand their greatness. But more often than not, it is overly simplified. It is smoke and mirrors and everything and anything in between. I will tell you this, we didn't build the reputation that we have in this industry to be an industry leader and set all the records that we've set and build a company that has 52 support agents by playing with any of those shenanigans. I will tell you, in the business world, because it sounds to me like you've bought business courses in the past when you say selling oceanfront property in Iowa, right? Sales training is not ever basic. There's no way you could be basic and be an effective salesperson. In marketing in and of itself, to be a high-level marketer, there's no way that you can do that easily a few minutes a day. I've devoted thousands of hours to those trades. It has paid off, but it was a significant investment of time and effort. There are shortcuts occasionally that will pop up in businesses that will temporarily give you an advantage that can be exploited. But those aren't wealth strategies. They're certainly not cash flow strategies. What this is, Patrick, is it's not business. So it doesn't require any of the time that a business, any business for that matter, that you've ever done would require. I guarantee you it will require much less than that. But the other reality of this is I would never feel comfortable pushing this as hard as I have and putting it in 120 countries if it was anything other than what it is and how we've presented it. That would be career suicide. Dan would not do that. I would not do that. Will would not do that. I couldn't look my family in the eyes if I did that, much less have a culture in our company of the type of goodwill that we've built over the years with our company, with the people that have worked for us. They wouldn't work for us as long as they wouldn't be so committed to help with this cause and give their heart and soul into it, just like we do. And so the short answer to this is I get it. My thing I always say to clients when they say it sounds too good to be true, I said, have you ever said it sounds too good to be false? And not a single person has ever told me, yeah, I've thought about that before. No, they always think suspiciously. It's very one-sided when they say it sounds too good to be true. And I've never heard anybody say it sounds too good to be false. But that's what I present to you. If we have, in fact, been more transparent, and if we have, in fact, been more thorough, been more available, and have shown ourselves to be exactly what we are, to me, it's too good to be false. And so therefore, if that's the case, then you got to accept it. You got to do it. And that's true regardless of whether you've been burned 1 million times in the past or you've never been burned in the past. That is true regardless if even if you had the right thing and you did it wrong, or if you had the wrong thing and you did it right. It doesn't matter. The best thing about the past is that it's over with. It's got you to here. That's all that matters about the past. But if you're bringing the past into this, it's only going to be baggage. It's only going to weigh you down. What you want to do is free and liberate yourself from that past and take this as exactly what it is, the first day in school that you've ever done anything. And this is one of the reasons why this is the phase that we started with when we opened this up to the public. Because if there was anything that we were confident that we could have 120 countries doing, even if they've never done crypto before, this is it, my friend. And hopefully at some point in time, I've inspired you to join us at the plan.vip/join, because I am 100% confident. But, I see it differently than you do. I've seen so many Patricks start where Patrick is at and end up on the other side. And he's only seen where he's at right now. So this is why we try to attempt to, on these calls, show you the future and the present, because we've already been through the before, the beginning, and the after as well. And you're only at just the beginning of your journey, but we welcome you with open arms. And you're muted, Will.
Thank you. We have, I'm so happy to see the latest set of posts here in the chat, because we started to finally reach a whole bunch of people. And by reaching them, I'm getting definite yeses and I'm getting definite nos. And I'm super happy about that. And it doesn't matter whether it's a yes or a no, but we're freeing people from that land of indecision, which is amazing. So thank you for sharing whether it's a yes or a no. We really do truly appreciate that. Let's address a couple of more questions. Jason, there are people here that are in a financial position where the investment is significant.
Oh, yeah.
Even just in the course, there are people here who even just affording the course alone is quite a stretch, much less the investment in crypto after the course. Would you think it's a smart thing to do to invest in the course if that's all the money that you have at this point and you cannot even invest in crypto at this point? Would you say it's a smart investment to buy the course?
So in the past, when this question was asked and brought to us, because we had many people saying, hey, listen, I could invest in the plan, Jason. The problem with that is I only have enough to invest in the plan, and I don't have enough capital to then put in crypto and to have these bots running.
By investing in the plan, you mean joining the course?
Yes, and I was just going to say, because I'm just saying the language they say to me first. What I would always say to them back is, you're not investing in the plan, you're investing in yourself. That's a key distinction. The plan is a training program, but you're investing in yourself to learn things that you previously didn't know, and knowledge is power. And so, yes, the first thing and the most important thing is to invest in yourself. Now, let's say you make an investment in yourself and you join us here on the plan at the plan.vip/join, and you say, I'm in. Problem, I can't run a bot. Au contraire, my friend. No matter what your financial situation's looking like currently, you can run a bot because you can run it in demo mode. And even if you were a millionaire, I would suggest that you start bots in demo mode. For no other reason than I don't want you to ever feel that you have to take a leap of faith on any of this stuff once you're in the program. I want you to take a leap of faith today, because you're going to have to. You're not going to get the whole story. If we had 27 hours, I couldn't give you the whole story, right? So you're either going to have to trust your gut and go, or trust my gut and go, one of the two. But once you're in there, that's a whole different thing. Then you're presented with the plan exactly as it is. You can follow it step by step. And then I want you just to start with demo bots to prove to yourself, not to me, because I already know you can do it, to prove to yourself that you can set up one of these bots and follow instructions. For no other reason, I want you to do it like that. Now, if you're on a limited capital investment situation, then you're stuck with demo bots. Okay, so what? Start the demo bots, get them going. Here's the thing I've discovered about money. You always seem to be able to find more of it. And that's true from the person in the outhouse as well as it is in the person in the penthouse. You always seem to find more of it because you eat, you find a place to sleep, you find a place to have clothing, right? you have something that continues to pay the bill. So you seem to always be able to find more money, maybe not 3,000 all at once, but you seem to be able to find more. So I want you to have the knowledge. The knowledge is the real scarce resource here, because there are millions of people in crypto right now, tens of millions. In fact, there's over 100 million people in crypto right now, and less than 50,000 of them have the knowledge that you're going to have. Less than 20,000 of them are going to have the knowledge that you have. And that's the real value. That's the real thing that's scarce. The money isn't. So you start running the demo bots. Now, two things about that. And hopefully this doesn't come across as insensitive, because this is empathetic. I am very sincere about this. Maybe half the people, probably more than half the people, who swear up and down to me, Jason, I will not have capital for crypto. I'll only have capital for the course to invest in myself by joining the plan. And I'll say, great, come on in. And they'll say, no, you don't understand, Jason. It's going to be like 2 months before I can run a live bot. I say, fine, I don't care. 2 months in the grand scale of things is nothing. And then I run into them next week. And I'm like, hey, how's it going? They're like, I got 3 bots live. They're wiggling like crazy. I say, well, hold the phone. You just told me last week it was going to be months. What happened to months? Did I mishear you? I thought you said months, but it's been weeks or a week. And then they sheepishly look to me and they're like, well, here's the deal. I started running these demo bots. I saw how well they were doing. And then I went live. Now, I don't know if they already had the capital and they were just kind of partitioning it off and pretending it didn't existed. If they hit up dad or mom or a friend and say, hey, listen, hook me up. Or if they worked an extra shift somewhere, if they donated plasma. I don't know what they did. But what I discover is more than half of the people who tell me that they can't cut it financially prove themselves wrong in a short period of time. And so therefore, my position on this is, if you can get in and still pay the rent and still have food and clothing, I'm telling you, this is the way you change that situation. Because doing what you've done, it's gotten you here, but it ain't going to get you to where you want to go. And so I'm very comfortable saying that you should join if your capital to put into crypto is lacking right now, because that will come with time. The knowledge to have that ahead of time is really powerful. And this ain't pretend knowledge either. Will, you said it best the other day. So to our marketers, you said, wouldn't it be great if Facebook had a way for you to run advertising without paying any money? And then only if the ads were successful with real customers, with real world interactions, then you could flip it on and play with real money. If that happened, most of you could be super successful in business. But Amazon and Facebook and Google, they don't have a process. You got to put it on the table, and you will lose.
That's valid for anything. That's valid for anything, Jason. Let's say you decide to start a business, and you're going to invest in a franchise, a McDonald's franchise, and instead of putting the multi-millions of dollars that you need in the McDonald's franchise, let's imagine you could run the franchise in demo mode.
Yeah. With real customers and real food.
And real people can order real food in the real specific location in the town where I want to open it, but I don't risk a thing. It's just like, I would just wait a week or a month or 3 months and see how much money I would have made.
Yeah.
Right. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist in any other opportunity that I've ever seen, which is another extremely powerful thing. Now, if one of your questions is exactly how much money you can make in exactly what time frame, full transparency, we can't tell you that. We've shown you examples of what's been done. Dan showed 18 examples plus his own.
Well,
Jason
18 people, and most of them had 5 or more bots running. So the reality is we have shown over 100 specific bot setups, over 100 since we've started this. Yeah. Actually more with partner webinars, Will. We've shown hundreds of bots, and they've ranged from a 1% return every 5 days to a 1% return in less than a day. And all of that in between, right? So the answer is they do well for the most part. Not everyone always works all the time. That never works out that way. They all seem to do well for the most part, most of the time. And some of them do really well, and some of them do pretty well. And some of them do extraordinary well. But, this goes back to the old saying, Will, where it's like, I always used to ask this in seminars back in the day. I've even done this with real money. I would walk up in front of someone and I'd put a $1 bill, a $5 bill, a $10 bill, and a $20 bill in front of them. And I would say, pick one. And they'd pick the $20 bill. And I'd say, why didn't you just pick all four of them? Why didn't you just grab them all? And they're like, you told me to pick one. And I'm like, oh, that's the point. People only want to go for the $20 bills. You should get all of them. You should pick all of them up. $1, $5, $10, $20. So eventually you're going to have enough bots running. And some of them will be spitting out a whole bunch of cash flow for you a day. And some of them will be just doing okay. Like, let me show it again just because I can. I know this has got to be getting tiresome for some of you to see it over and over again, but it's the best proof I have, right? This one's doing almost a point a day. This one's doing only a point every 5 days. Did I do this one wrong and do this one right? Nope. Did them the exact same way with the exact same process. There's variance. Do I care though? One of these is a $100 bill and one of these is a $5 bill. Cool. Any one of you want to give me money? I'm not going to complain about the denomination. I'm not going to complain that it doesn't have a Benjamin Franklin on the front of it. It only has an Abraham Lincoln. Anybody here is welcome to send me any amount of money you wish to for free.
You don't care if they can even send metal money, right? Coins, right?
Yeah.
You take them all, right?
I will take loonies and toonies. I will take them all, right?
So Patrick says, I have a queasy stomach because I'm going to spend a bunch of money to buy the plan. I really feel like the two of you are very trustworthy. Thank you for your time you spent here today. You're very welcome, Patrick.
You're welcome, Patrick. And by the way, thank you for putting something up. It's not magically when you know the decision's yes, it doesn't magically make you feel like $1,000,000. Sometimes the right decision isn't the decision that makes you feel good. It can make you feel queasy, but you make the decision anyway because you know it's right for you. So that's a mistake I see a lot of people making, Will, when they make a purchasing decision. They think that when their mind is made up, all of a sudden the sky's clear, the sun comes out, an angel comes down and sings in their ear and it feels really good. Oftentimes the right decision in the moment feels very miserable. But when you're done making it and you start working on it and you look back, overall, you feel tremendous. But I like that you were straight up with us, Patrick. You have a queasy feeling because you're putting a lot on the line. And by the way, you don't want to feel like a fool and say, man, I fell for the same trap that I fell for before, because that does suck. I'm glad that you're doing it anyway, because you reminded me of something I always tell people when I coach them, coaching clients of mine, because they often let fear hold them back. And I'll say, listen, we don't have to get rid of fear because, who can get rid of fear? Let's just put fear in the passenger seat, buckle them up and not make them drive the vehicle. So that's what you did, Patrick. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. Welcome to the plan.
Andrea, you were absolutely misinformed. You said, I don't think I can do this in Hawaii. They have some pilot program with some exchanges, ends in July, blah, blah. Hawaii is part of the United States of America. And anywhere in the United States, you can do crypto, and there are a lot of exchange options that you can join. So absolutely, Andrea, you can do this from Hawaii.
Yeah, we have people in Hawaii doing this.
Don't get confused with information and technical details about pilot programs, this or that, government, this or that. It doesn't matter. We have a whole lot of people in Hawaii, actually. Yep. So yes, you can absolutely do this. One of the things Dan is going to teach you is to stop paying attention to the news cycles and the media and the FUD. FUD stands for fear, uncertainty, and doubt. You know those crazy headlines when you open up a news website and you see just outrageous headlines, and then you click on and you read the article and it's almost always the headline was misleading. That's called clickbait. The headline is so misleading that it's so impossible and it's so appealing to people, like they just have to see what's behind that headline, and then it's a disappointment. The stories about crypto are the same. Crypto's crashing, Bitcoin lost $3 trillion worth of value. Yep. Did it affect anybody on the plan? Nope, not if you're following the plan. Who cares? But it causes a lot of people to rush to their exchanges and sell out before it keeps crashing even more, because that's what the media makes it seem like. Just don't pay attention to that. Dan talks a lot about that in the plan. Catherine says, I can guarantee Jason, Will, and Dan Hollings are genuine and brilliant. I did courses with them in 2010 and 2011. See, thank you, Catherine. I love hearing from customers that have been with us for
We
over a
got some
decade.
OGs
Those
there.
are, Catherine, those are the mobile training courses, Mobile Success Formula, or one of the other Dan Hollings course. That's awesome.
Catherine's
We
been
have
with
been
me
publishing
longer
Dan
than my
Hollings for a
children
decade.
have, Wilson. Catherine's been with us longer than my kids have been on this earth. Think about that.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So thank you for that, Catherine. We love hearing stories like this. You cannot use existing crypto to pay for the plan. Unfortunately, we're not to that level. Our shopping cart does not support crypto for all the tracking and the automations that we have to do in the future. It'll get to that point for sure. Unfortunately, not now, but you can use existing crypto to invest and to set up your bots. That absolutely you can, Sarah. But no, you have to pay with a credit card or PayPal to join the plan.
Yep.
If you're having any payment issues, errors on the checkout form, or any questions regarding payments, it would be best if you wrote to support@rapidcrush.com. That email address, if Anthony can type, I'll type it in the chat also here shortly. Support@rapidcrush.com, if I can type. Support@rapidcrush.com. Got to make sure I type the correct address there and misspell our own email address. Can the bots be used in retirement accounts like Roth IRA? There are some companies that do allow that, Curtis.
We haven't done enough due diligence on it.
Yeah,
we haven't investigated it deeply enough to feel strongly about telling you one way or another. It's certainly something that's interesting about the future that people are catching up on now. So one of the reasons why retirement accounts are doing that is because the banks are getting crushed. All these other traditional investment vehicles are getting smashed to pieces because crypto is exactly like what happened when Apple came out and disrupted the CD market. I mean, CDs still get sold, but very rarely. And everybody's on Apple and Spotify, and they're downloading the music digitally. So these are old companies trying to compete with new technology. So some of them are doing things like that. We don't have a plan around that. We haven't tested that enough to feel confident in making any sort of informed educational position at this point in time. But it is exciting what the future may hold for that.
Yeah, Eric, you don't need any additional software or any additional tools for the plan. There's no other things to buy. Yeah. Just the bot software, eventually the tax software if you decide that you want software to automate some of that reporting for you. And that's it. That is it. Now, when you join additional phases of the plan, which are completely separate courses that have nothing to do with bots, there will be additional software for those phases. But again, you should not even consider joining those phases unless you have massive success with phase one, which is the bots. And at that point, when you have massive success, it would stand to reason that if we put another offer in front of you and say, hey, you like that, you like this even better, that you would trust us and say, absolutely, I'm in. You wouldn't even think twice about joining, right? But again, only if we deliver on the promise and you see the results and you're ready for it. Jason, bring up your bots again. I want to cover a couple of other things. Questions about, can you zoom in a little bit for me on the there you go, on the table? Yeah, great. So how people are having, I love this because now they're, instead of having trouble understanding how they can make money, they're having trouble understanding how they can lose money, which I love, by the way. I love because if you follow the plan, you will win more than you lose. And that is the formula for getting rich. Every successful business person you have ever met, every billionaire who's built their billions from scratch, has lost money and has gone into bad business ventures, for example. The reason they are rich, the reason they've made it and they're successful is because they've had more wins than they've had losses. Losses are unavoidable. How can you lose? There are several ways you can lose in this type of investment. Some of them are really simple. Like, for example, if you lose your passwords and you can't log into your exchanges, or you can't access your wallets because you've forgotten passwords and things, there's no way to recover. There's like In some exchanges, you can prove your identity and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
There are some ways to recover. But let's say if you were to send money from one wallet address to another wallet address, one exchange to another, and you mistyped one little character, you can't contact support and say, send it to me, because it's impossible.
Yeah, it's code.
Nobody knows whether that wallet exists or not. There's no checks to say, hey, this is a valid account number. Okay, I can send that. You have to be extremely careful when you do this. And Dan teaches this in the plan, by the way. So all you have to do is follow instructions and not do anything too fast. And when you copy and paste, you validate here, you validate there in two screens, and then you're comfortable with it. You send a little bit amount of money first to make sure it gets there, to make sure you did it right. Dan teaches all of this stuff, but the number one way is people making mistakes because they are careless. So please don't be careless. Please take your time. There's no rush. Look, to send money from one exchange to another, it literally takes 20 seconds. But you should take 5 minutes to do it. You should strive to take more time than 20 seconds. You should take at least 2 to 3 or 4 minutes, because you're checking and triple checking all of the fields that you filled out at least twice on each direction.
Yeah, and always send a small amount first before.
And always send a small amount first, and then repeat the process to send the amount that you really want to send.
All of this is taught in minutia in the course, by the way.
All of this is taught in the course. Other ways that you can lose money. If you don't follow the do nothing strategy, you can lose money. For example, let's say Jason was the type of person that was freaking out that Cello USDT is down 21%. And he's like, oh my God, it keeps going down. Tomorrow it's 25 and the next day is 37. Let me sell it before I lose more than I've already lost, without realizing that he hasn't lost anything. So acting too fast and not paying attention to the do nothing strategy is definitely a way to lose money.
And I mean, there's the main way. I mean, it's the rarest way, but this is the way people will lose money most likely, is they'll see this range. Oh my God. Range, this means that I'm not capturing any wiggle. And so therefore, right now I'm not cash flowing it, and the coin may continue to go down. I mean, look at this thing.
So squeeze to the right. Focus on the right on the 2 times that it went out of okay, stop right there. See, when it's below those red lines, he's not making any money. The bot is not profiting. The value is down, the bot is not profiting. But look at what happened on the 3rd of December, looks like. Yeah, it went out of range, and it was out of range, and it came back, it bleeped in the range, and he made a little bit of money on the little red dot. Every red dot you see, by the way, is a sell order, and that means profit. Every green dot is a buy order, which means you're buying to be able to sell higher later. So, and then it came back, and he bought some and he sold some, and those dots are like all jumbled together, so it's hard to tell what is what. But there's a whole bunch of sell orders there. And a whole bunch of buy orders, and now it's out of range. So it's not wiggling. So this happens sometimes. What do? You just let it sit. It already came back into range before. Yeah. It's very likely, that the entire market is down. It's not just Cello that's down. The entire market is down. So wouldn't you want to wait and see until the whole market comes back up to see if Cello comes back up? That's what Dan teaches. It's you got to do nothing. You can't freak out. I
mean, look at these. These are out of range right now, Will. 91%, 42%. I'm not really caring. Sometimes they fall out of range. They almost always come back in range. They almost always come back.
Scroll back down so we can see the table. There are times also when you will purposely want to lose money. And this sounds ludicrous, but hear me out. Let's say that this Cello had been sitting there and it's been out of range for weeks and weeks and weeks, and you just found an amazing coin pair that's wiggling like crazy. You look at it and say, look, I have $3,900 tied up. Boy, I could really make good money if I had that $3,900 freed up to invest in another bot.
Yep.
You may decide, and Dan talks about this kind of stuff, you may decide that it's worthwhile you taking that loss of 20-some% right now to free up that capital to invest in another bot, which is wiggling really well right now. Now,
very rarely would you ever want to do that.
You can't do that too fast. You can't just say, hey, because then it's like gambling. You don't want to gamble. You got to follow the rules of the plan. You got to follow Dan's advice on this stuff, right? But it is possible. I've closed bots that were negative because I wanted to free up capital. But you have to ask yourself, did I really lose that money because my entire portfolio is up?
Yeah.
If I take a loss on one coin pair, did I really lose money? No, my whole portfolio is up. So I just freed up some capital. It was a conscious decision to lose money on that particular coin, not overall my portfolio, to do something else with it, to reinvest it.
And
Now,
that is almost never the mode of
please
action.
don't do that unless
Yep.
you're like are specifically following Dan's advice. You asked me ways in which you can lose money. I'm giving you all the ways that I know of that you can lose money, whether by accident or on purpose, right?
Yep.
So that's another way. Another potential way, and this is again, it's pretty darn rare, really rare. But if the coin value went to absolutely nothing and it stopped trading, then your investment would be lost.
Yep.
The investment minus whatever you've already earned in profit.
And Will, let me
lost.
qualify that. That's never happened to anybody who's followed the plan because we don't deal in new coins.
Yeah, so that will only happen if you're not following Dan's advice and you're selecting coins that you are brand new, that don't have enough history, don't have enough trading volume, because and it could happen if you're leveraged, if you're using leverage tokens, which Dan does not teach you to do. He recommends you never leverage yourself. Yep. So you never borrow money to invest. That's a bad idea, because that can put you in the hole really fast. So, but it is a way, if we're going to be technical and transparent about it, is a way you could lose money. Now, the coins that Dan teaches you, part of the research is the market cap of the coin. And coins that have a significant market capitalization, they don't just disappear and go to zero. I mean, could it happen? I guess it could. Yeah. But will it happen? It's highly unlikely, right? And let me qualify that. They go to nothing and they never come back up.
Yeah.
Because if they go to nothing, you would not close that bot because you end up with nothing. If they were for some reason go to nothing, leave it alone because because you still own the coin. It may have zero value, but you still own the coin. And if it does come back up, then you recover that value, right? So those are some of the ways. I honestly cannot think of another way.
And Will, the thing is, we could turn trailing down on for these coins too. So this would stay in the range longer and be actively doing that. The reason why I don't do that, and the reason why in the plan it's not recommended you do that, is this is risk mitigation. There is no such thing as a sure thing. And so for whatever reason, because some whale may be temporarily manipulating the market, I don't want to buy all the way down. I want to buy down to a significant degree, like a 30 or 40 or 50% drop. It's a lot that I want to buy down to, but I do set a limit just to be extra safe. And I'm the best at this. I am by far the best. I do nothing because if I have to wait 2 months for that thing to wiggle back, I'll wait 2 months. I don't care. It doesn't bother me any. Now, I have more capital that I can play with, so I don't need to free up capital. If that was the case, I would probably do a little bit more of this. You can also regrid too. So you can take an existing bot and regrid it. It's one of the sessions. It's the last sessions. These are edge case scenarios. I just want to make sure everybody understands this. These are edge case scenarios. These are not typical, but we want to prepare you just in case the very rare thing may happen to you in the distant future. You can regrid a bot. And so the thing that you got to see here, like let me go back to my bots here. There's a reason why all my new bots that I've set up are active. Every bot I've set up in the last few days active, because when you start a bot, you cast a wide net. So it's going to take a while for it to wiggle out of range. It's going to take a while. This is why these in a crash are out of range, because they've been in range for a long time since the market has boomed, and they're eventually in a crash. They're going to fall out for a little bit. Do you think we're going to stay in a crash forever? I don't. I think pretty soon it's going to go back to business as usual. You can put this down. I want you to write this down, and I want you to consider this statement. I want you to find me 6 months in the future, and we'll see if I stand by it then. I am pretty confident that in the very near future, we're going to see another big run for a lot of reasons, none of which I'm going to get into here today. But I will tell you I'll give you one reason, okay? Because everybody thinks we're going to go in a big run. So typically perception becomes reality in the crypto market. If everybody thinks it's going to go up, they act as if it's going up, and then it temporarily, at the very least, it tends to go up, and then it tends to go back down, but not at a crash level. Who knows? I don't know. It could get stuck down here for a while. Do I care? No. The thing about the bots, you have to understand, they're like wine. They get better with age. So the best thing you want to do in a majority of situations is run your bots. But sometimes we've had people get on webinars with us and they're like, oh, I'm not doing that well with my bots. I just set them up and it's 3 weeks later and I've made $800 already. I'm like, dude, stop. Just stop right there. You've made $800 completely passively in the last 3 weeks. How are you not doing well? And they'll say, well, I saw so-and-so's bots and they're doing twice that. And I'm like, if so-and-so's paying your bills, then go ahead and compare yourself to them and factor what they're doing into your life. But if they're not paying your bills and they're not raising your kids and they're not helping you out around the house, then pretend they don't exist. Because what they're doing doesn't matter. What you're doing does matter. And if you've made $800 free and clear because your bots did all the work for you, I call that a win. I call that a massive success. And so we have to put things into perspective. And again, we've showed hundreds of bots, all the active bots of all the initial participants. We've done this over 77 times now. And every crazy scenario that we just detailed for you, any one of those would have been shown in those 77 times. But what I'm seeing is a lot of bots wiggling. And yes, is it a certain thing? No. But what is? I will tell you, keeping money in any other investment you have right now, I would compare that to this. And I bet you we net out way better than that. So it's selective risk that you're looking at. You're only looking at the risk of the plan, and you're not comparing it to the risk of where your money is right now or your plan for the future for your money. Let's put it on the table, because I will go toe to toe with that, because I am that confident in what we have. But you've accepted that risk already, so it feels like it's risk-free. Just because you've accepted it doesn't mean it's not there. It is there, and I am absolutely positive. I will stake my reputation that the risk you're already incurring is significantly greater than any risk that you would have with your money invested in the plan. And so that's why I'm telling you, go to the plan.vip/join and join. Well, I got 289 people here still. They awesome. Certainly aren't here just for my lovely voice.
Nor mine. So go back to your bot screen, Jason. So what does range mean when you see on the screen? That means that the bot is out of the range. When you set up a bot, there's a range. It'll trade if the coin is between top value and the lower value. When it goes below the range, which is below those red lines that you see, it is no longer buying and selling. It's just holding what you already have and waiting for that coin price to go back into range.
Here's my favorite example, Will. My best current active coin, this one, oh my God, dude, it dropped out of range from like July 21st all the way to August 21st, right?
A whole month out of range.
A whole month this thing wasn't capturing wiggle. A whole month, right? What did I do? Hint, nothing. That's what I did, right? And then it went back in range. It went like the Dickens. It went crazy good. We always sit trailing up on because we'll follow it up to the moon. But when it starts to drop, we get a little cautious, right? It's now out of range again. What am I doing? The same thing I did last time it's out of range. Nothing. How's it working out for me? 91% return. That's how it's working out for me.
Yeah. So Jody, when it falls out of range, it doesn't die. It just waits. It just waits for it to come back in range. Now, when it falls out of range, somebody asks, can I change it so that I can lower the range? You can. That is a strategy called regridding. It's taught in the last module of the course, in the last day of the course. But you shouldn't go do this stuff. And Dan just tells you shouldn't go do this stuff. The best strategy is what Jason just showed you. His bot was out of range for a whole month. And that was okay. That was during one of the crashes, by the way. And then it came back up and it was great. And he's a 91% return. Guess what happens when you run a bot long enough and it's captured enough wiggle profits where it goes over 100% in profit?
Yep.
You
That's
literally
a
cannot lose money. You
that's a
literally, it's
can't lose.
impossible to lose money.
That's a can't lose scenario, right?
Yeah, and it happens.
Yeah, I'll
If you
show
let the
one.
bot run long enough and there's enough wiggle, it will it will make more than what your
Yeah,
investment is.
let me just show one so people can see this because it's ridiculous to even think about, right? But here is one of them that I closed. And by the way, you're going to think, well, Jason, if it's so good, why did you close it? I'll get to that, right? But here's an example of a bot that did 174%. The bot. So I put 5,000 in, the bot locked in profit 8,855. So if I wanted to give away bake, just give it away to some random stranger, I would have made $3,855 because I put an original 5,000 in. My bots made me more than 5,000. I could give the coin away for free at that point in time and still be massively profitable. Now, it just so happened the coin did incredibly well too. So on a $5,000 investment, I turned it into $22,000, and I did that in 5 months and 3 days. Cool. You might be thinking, Jason, why did you close it? One reason is I wanted to unlock this value to put it in more bots. And then another reason is I found an exchange that I like better than this exchange for me personally, my setup, my goals, et cetera, et cetera. And so it is absolutely possible. And I've seen it happen on more than one occasion where if you let a bot run long enough, it will exceed 100%. The bot that's out of range right now, Will, when it comes back in range, it ain't going to be long before that thing's 100% as well.
That's awesome. So I think so a lot of people asked the question, show me this bot or that bot. I think we've showed enough bots.
We have showed so many bots. At this point in time, it's kind of like
so many times.
It's kind of like this, Will. If I gave them $100 bill, they'd be like, prove that it's not fake. And then I bring in an authenticator. And they say, well, hold on, prove it's not fake. Bring in another authenticator, right?
Harry, we showed some losses. He hasn't closed any bots in his particular scenario. Jason hasn't closed any bots where he has lost.
I don't do that.
So he hasn't, but he's.
I would let a bot sit in that range, out of range forever before I would close it.
Yeah. So, but he has showed you bots that if he closed now would be at a loss. Those are the ones that have that value column as red. So you've seen loss. He doesn't want to lose it, so he's not going to close it. But it is your decision. Like I said,
it's a crash right now, guys. Why would I want to close a bot? Everything's on sale. I mean, that's just my philosophy. Okay. I'm sure it's different for the rest of you, but this for me is my favorite time to set up bots. My least favorite time to set up a bot is when the market is booming. I'll still set them up then. Don't get me wrong. I'll do it in wind, rain, or sleet. I don't care. But right now is the best time in the world to set up a bot. If you think Tommy, that overall the crypto market is going to go up in the next year or two.
So Tommy, your crypto is in an exchange, and when you run it in the bot basically sets buys and sells or sell orders in the exchange. By the way, I have to say this: the bot software isn't some artificial intelligence that is making buying and purchasing decisions and all that. It's a software that implements rules, and the rules are: buy at this price, sell at that price, buy at this price, sell at that price. And it sets up a whole grid, a whole range of buy orders and a whole bunch of sell orders. It's all done at your exchange. And no, you won't be doing crazy things like staking and this and running bots at the same time with the same crypto. When you run a bot, that is tied up. That money is tied up in the exchange. In the exchange, not in the bot software, in the exchange. It's tied up for those trades which you've set up for the bot. So you cannot use that. You don't transfer money out of the exchange, Tommy. It stays in the exchange. The bot software cannot touch your crypto and remove it from the exchange. It can only trade. It can only set buy and sell orders. That's all that the bot does. All the trading is happening inside the exchange. Laura, how long do you typically run a bot in demo mode before knowing whether it's good enough for you to take it live? Laura, there's no specific time frame. It's more about what you feel comfortable with, because the investment decision is on you. And I will tell you that there will be a tendency, and I highly suggest you avoid this tendency. You start a demo bot and, 3 days, 5 days, 10 days later, you see, oh my God, it's making me so much money. And then you actually get upset at yourself. It's like, darn it, this should have been real money if I'd only invested. So let me go invest right now. Don't worry about the lost the money you could have made if it was real. What you want to do with demo bots is make sure that you understand the system and you're consistent in your results so that when you do go live, you can have a high level of confidence to make you feel good and safe, because we cannot tell you and we will not tell you what to invest in and how much to invest. That is your decision. So what we teach you is the methodology so that you can feel safe and good about putting that investment at risk. That's it. It's completely up to you. So there's no time frame. I've heard customers running demo bots for 3 months, and then they were finally saying, okay, now I'm ready. Now I feel good about it. Now I feel safe. It really has to do with your tolerance for risk at the end of the day. Now, I've also had customers say, forget demo bots. I've seen enough in these webinars that I'm just going to go straight into real bots. I don't want to waste any time. Valid strategy. Again, it depends on your tolerance for risk. Do we recommend doing that? No, we recommend you learn the process using demo bots, but it is completely up to you, Laura, how long you run demo bots. Is when you feel comfortable and safe, and you make the decision to invest real money. If I only have capital to purchase one bot, again, you're not purchasing bots, Leo. You sign up for a software and you can run up to 5 bots. But if you only have money to invest in one bot, I'm not sure. Do you need to purchase a bot that buys only and another purchase of a bot that sells only?
That's too complicated. So I know that that's not true, right?
Yeah, you're making it more complicated than it seems like, Leo. If you have $3,000 that you want to invest, you also allocate that to a bot. You pick the coin pair, pick the amount to invest, which is about $3,000. You put the settings in, you hit go, you don't worry about it. The rest is completely automatic. Some nice recent answers. Well done. Thank you, Christopher. What about adding your position when the bot is in the red and down? What would that be like?
You don't do that, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, you could, and Dan talks about fringe cases where you might want to consider that. I'm just telling you, you're overthinking it.
You just
do nothing. 95+% of the time is the most valid strategy. So in my position, when in doubt, I do nothing.
You can regrid by adding money. You can trail down by adding money.
Will did all that stuff. Will did all that stuff. And he made 15,000 when I made 18,000.
Yeah. I played around with that kind of stuff. Don't do it. It's best. You just have to have patience. The hardest lesson you're going to learn. Some of you that are worried about technology and being techie and knowing how and what to do, there's something that you got to worry about more. And don't worry about it. Just learn the lesson very quickly. The hardest thing you will ever do or you will ever have to do is nothing. Doing nothing is so hard. Accepting the fact that you can do nothing and have good results is so hard. The hardest work of all, Malcolm Forbes, is doing nothing. And you will not believe, and it may sound funny, you may be laughing, yeah, it's easy to do nothing. No, it's not. It's really hard to do nothing. It's really hard to look at your bots that are out of range and the value's going down. It's really hard to do nothing. It's the best approach. In 99% of cases, it's the best approach. Do nothing. You got to learn to do nothing. I lost money by doing stuff and Jason made more money.
You lost extra profit, Will.
I lost extra profit. I missed out on extra profit because I had to tweak it and change it and stuff. Jason did nothing. He made more than me.
Yeah, and Will did really well. So this system works really well, even if you want to be a slight active person in it. But it almost always will do better if you do nothing. Now, Dan is going to give you full knowledge of regridding or closing bots during certain weird edge cases scenarios, right? My attitude, and this is just me, is if most of the time doing nothing is the valid strategy, it's in my favor. The probabilities work out for me to always do nothing. I mean, I will set up new bots, but typically it takes me a long time to want to close a bot. On average, I close a bot once every 6 months.
We don't recommend any particular exchange. There are 25 or so exchanges that are supported by the software. What we do have is a comparison table of all the exchanges, and one of Dan's partners has done massive amounts of research, Because if you start trying to compare one exchange to another, it's really difficult to understand because they all use different language and they show their fees in different ways. So Elaine, who is one of Dan's partners in the program and also tier 2 support person, she has compiled all the data and distilled it into a very easy to read table so that you can decide what exchange to use. And it's completely up to you. It doesn't matter to us what exchange you use. So we don't make any specific recommendations. And also in the table is information about what countries are supported and versus not. And so it's very easy to pick an exchange. You're not going to have trouble with it. And here's the other beauty of it. If you pick an exchange and later you find a different exchange, you saw Jason show that on his bots. He used to run one exchange and he said, I closed this bot because I wanted to go to a different exchange. And you can also run multiple exchanges at the same time. You can run on multiple exchanges at the same time.
Most of you end up will. Yeah, most of you will.
Yeah, eventually you will anyway. So it's like none of the decisions you have to make around setup are like one and done decisions you're stuck for the rest of your life. None of it. That's the beauty of the crypto world. It's not like you invest money in a CD account, a certificate of deposit account, at least in the US in a bank, and you have to have it locked up for at least 1 year. Otherwise, you'd pay fees if you withdraw and you lose all the interest you earn. Plus, you pay them this and pay them that and all these crazy hidden fees. And there's none of that. You're never locked into anything. You can literally start a bot and 60 seconds later decide, yeah, I'm bored of this bot. I don't want to run it anymore. Close it down. Your crypto's right back into your exchange and available to you. It's that simple. You say, hey, I signed up for this exchange. They upset me for whatever reason. I'm going to move everything to another exchange. Within minutes, you can move everything to another exchange. And no harm, no foul, just easy, easy, easy.
Well, I'm going to close a bot so they can see how easy it is. Now, I'm going to close a demo bot that I set up earlier just to show them how easy this is. And I won't recommend you close bots, but this is absolutely, you just go here. You can cancel all open orders and keep the crypto, or you can sell it at market price. Click a button, and it's canceling the bot. It will stop. Done. Your bot has been stopped. Done. Anytime you want to, for any reason, you can close any bot, and you're off to the races with that money to do whatever you want.
So Alice, you're not buying a bot. You're not buying a bot. You're not investing $3,000 in the bot software. The bot software only costs $69 a month, and you can run 5 bots at any given time. 5 bots at a time. And if you close one, you can open another one, and it's still 5 at one time, right? At any given time, you can run 5 bots. You can pay more and run more bots at a time. The $3,000 is the trading money. So it's not the bot software that you're paying $3,000 to. The $3,000 is the crypto that you will trade. Does that make sense, Alice? You're not paying for software $3,000. Absolutely not. Okay, so Chip says this, I'm a little apprehensive about dropping this kind of money, but I really believe in my heart that you guys are not full of crap and are not here to make crazy dollars off of us. Smiley face. Thank you, Chip. Thank you for the vote of confidence. And listen, it is scary to invest this kind of money in a course. We're not unrealistic about it. It is expensive. It's not expensive. It's the wrong way to say it. It is a large investment in yourself. It is a significant investment in yourself. What you should be worried about is if I sold you this for $50, because think about it. If I sold you this for $50, how would I ever be able to support thousands of customers in 120 countries? I'd go out of business. We have 52 people. Do the math on how much you think it costs to pay 52 people every single month in salaries alone, not to mention technology, internet connectivity costs, computers, software costs,
and then
servers,
the time to manage them and work with them.
Time to manage them, yep. Servers to run the members area, and video streaming software so that you can watch it. And Zoom costs costs us $7,500 per month to be able to do the trainings to the number of students that we have.
The
Okay?
NDAs cost us tens of thousands of dollars at the end of the day to send out.
It costs us money to send you an NDA to sign, right?
Yeah.
So if I charge you $50, I'd be a scam because I couldn't have possibly provide you the level of support you're going to get. So what you're paying for is all of the support. You're paying for all the infrastructure. You're paying for us to be here years from now to continue to support you. You're paying for the privilege of having access to the information that Dan has spent years compiling and millions of dollars in testing.
Yeah.
So, but to you, of course, it's a one-time decision to invest $3,500 in yourself.
It's a lot of money.
So it is.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah. So 52 people, they are not in my office. There's nobody but me in my office. It's about a 200 square foot office.
Will, like, we have to have people all over the world because we do 24/7, 365 support. So it's not even just as easy as hiring 52 people. We have to strategically have a spread to offer 24/7 support on top of that. But who cares, right? I mean, Will and I, trust me, we get paid well at the end of the day because we have helped other people become well paid too. And so this is part of our deal. If we want to teach you prosperity and wealth, we better be good at it ourselves. However, with that said, you don't care about any of that. What you care about is this is my hard-earned money. I'm putting a big old chunk of it into a course to then show me how to put even more money into a crypto market. That is nothing anybody should take lightly. This is why Will and I on a Saturday are now, what are we in? 3 hours and 35 minutes into this jam, right? And this ain't the first webinar we've done this launch. So I have seen more of you on Zoom than I have seen my family in the last week.
So Elena, if you don't have capital beyond the investment in the plan itself, in investing in the course for yourself, you do not have to invest in crypto at this point. I do suggest you sign up for the software so that you can do all of the lessons in demo mode without investing anything. So absolutely you want to sign up. And even the software has, I forget how long it is, but there's a trial period. So you don't have to invest to sign up.
Yeah, I think it's 14 days, but don't quote me on that. It's
at
least 7, I think.
I think it's 14 days. So you can even experiment with the software. And remember, you're going to learn the whole thing in 7 days, right? Years from now, where do you see this program in terms of adoption? What future do you see for people involved?
That's a great question.
I see a very bright future for people involved.
That's a fantastic question, Will. So first of all, this ain't the first market that Will and I have made. We've made markets in the past. And so we speak from experience when we could talk about adoption. Our biggest challenge isn't reaching audiences that will sign up for this. Our biggest challenge is most people won't give themselves their own vote of confidence in order to do this. So if Will and I could reach all 7 billion plus people on this planet, and we could give them this information, we could give them 10 times this information. Unfortunately, a majority of them still won't do it because they don't believe enough in themselves. It's not us that's the issue. It's them and their own belief. They have locked themselves in to believe that somehow getting rich is beyond their grasp. They've even bought into stupid propaganda that there's elites out there that control it and won't allow them to get rich no matter what they do, that there are puppets pulling the strings, and they've essentially forfeited all of their power to do anything about their financial situation. And so no matter, we could give away $100 bills and they wouldn't take them for whatever reason. And so we know the biggest fight we have is with people's own inner limitations. And so Will and I, we think we're going to be able to do eventually in the life cycle of this product, put hundreds of thousands of people into the plan. Hundreds of thousands of them. I doubt we'll get past 1 million no matter how hard we try. And trust me, I want to put 1 million people in the plan. I want to put 5 million people in the plan. We'll probably put hundreds of thousands of people in. And that is a blip on the radar of the crypto world. That is nothing in the crypto world. We will not rock the boat. We will not cause a wave. And by the way, if we did anything, if we could somehow influence the market, which we can't, that would just create more volatility. which is an advantage to us. Here's what I know. For as long as we're making people successful with this, we're going to keep doing it. And so hopefully you're watching the progression from the inside, not from the outside, along with us cheering it on because you've gotten in here today before this offer closes.
Tommy says, I'm in. There goes Christmas presents. Just kidding about the gifts. This is the gift to me and my family. This is a wonderful gift to you and your family, Tommy. Yeah. Thank you for the humor.
Still buy them stuff and put it under the tree, though. That is for sure.
Yeah. So support is 20. We have 52 people supporting this, 24/7 support. All support is done via email. You will not be able to pick up the phone and talk to a person. We just simply couldn't provide that level of support. We have streamlined over a decade, 10 years, our support systems to provide support via email. Our average reply time is less than 1 hour, 24/7. You can write to us, and on average, again, sometimes you get 15 minutes, sometimes it'll be an hour and a half, but on average 24/7 over the last several years, we've been under 1 hour reply time. So you will always get an answer to your question. Tom says, test me on those $100 bills. I'll definitely pick at least 35 of them. That's awesome.
And that's why you're here on this webinar. I mean, Will and I couldn't give this away, this webinar, and a lot of people would never sign up for it. So you're already here. So I know I'm not talking about you. You've accepted that you have influence over your future, and you're fed up with the ways that have been sold to you previously. And I'm not talking like sales webinars. I'm talking society and how they sell it to you. Like this whole concept of, hey, just work real hard for this company and then you'll get a gold watch and you'll retire off into the sunset, right? How did that work out? I'm so pissed off about that. And I'm not even in that generation. I'm pissed off by proxy.
I love the people that are still here. I love the people that are still here. Russell says, thanks for the candor. I'll be joining within the next hour. Feeling excited about the journey I'm about to take with your help. Awesome, Russell. Great decision. Gary says, puts gifts under the tree and IOU gift notes. Include pictures of the course.
The best gifts are handmade anyway. So draw them pictures of bots and everything like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Here's an awesome thing. Within your household, direct family members living in the same household, you can share the course information with them. Or if you have a legitimate business partner, meaning you have a formal company together, you can share it with your business partner as well. So this is like a wonderful thing to teach kids about. Set up a trial account with the bot software, and have your kids learn how to research and set up demo bots. You'll be amazed at how good they'll get at it so quickly. And what a wonderful skill and gift to give to your kids. It's truly amazing. Let's see. Do you offer any support when it comes to setting up a company and taxes? No, we don't. However, we are going to introduce you. In fact, sometime in January, we're doing a free training for members with a person who specializes in those things: asset protection, company formation, and taxes.
Yeah, one of the best.
And he's the best on the planet when it comes to this knowledge. And we also have resources, top CPAs in the world that we can refer you to if you need assistance with this stuff. So we're not just we're building a movement here. This is just the beginning. You're in on the ground floor. We want to provide you or guide you towards all the resources that you need to be successful in the long term. You're going to look, if you're in a position right now where you don't have a whole lot of assets or a lot of savings or a lot of disposable income, your life is quite simple, to be honest, because the more money you make and the more you are worth net worth wise, money wise, the more complex life becomes. And when you become a millionaire, life isn't really simple. There are hardships associated with that. You have to have a financial advisor. You can't do your own taxes anymore. You got to have a CPA. You got to think about asset protection strategies. You got to think about trusts and wills and things like that, so you can, your money doesn't disappear when your family, if God forbid you pass away, right? There are things that are going to happen. we have those resources that we're going to point you to people that understand these things and can give you guidance when you need it. Welcome to the world of being wealthy. It's not, complexities exist. Now, does that mean you're not going to do it because life's going to become more complex?
Yeah.
Hey, if you don't like the other things that money affords you, then perhaps you shouldn't become
Well, here's
wealthy.
the bottom line, Will. I've been poor and I've been rich. I prefer rich. So
I'm right there with you, Jason. I've been poor and I've been rich, and I prefer rich. And here's the thing: being wealthy, being financially well off, isn't just about you.
yeah,
Is not just about what you want and what you can do.
for sure.
It's about the people around you. It's about your families. It's about your the environment that you participate in, your communities, about your church if you
Yeah.
participate in the church, or charities that you want to help. The best way to help everyone around you is for you to become wealthy, because opportunities open up to allow you to help.
Yeah, money is energy, and energy is what you need to devote to the things that matter to you. It's not the only form of energy, but it's a very strong energetic force. And so if you don't have that energetic force, you're significantly limited. And I know all of you understand this. It's just an interesting way of looking at this. One of my favorite things to do in my life is just to spend time with my dog, training him, walking with him, just messing around with him. And you don't need to be rich in order to do that, but being able to set my own schedule allows me to do that in a way that I never, and he's barking right now. I don't know if you could hear that, but it allows me to do that in a way that I couldn't do that before I got rich, period. I would have too much constraint on my time and when I could do things like that. So even the simple things I find are sweeter. And then the wealth you get inside of you also tends to match the wealth that's outside of you. So if you're already a wealthy person internally, getting more wealth externally tends to magnify that character trait that already exists inside of you. I can tell we've been here for a while, Will, because we're getting weird with it now,
Yeah. So I think we should close within the next few minutes, Jason. So Clara says, I live in Canada. Do you have resources for me? Absolutely.
Absolutely.
In fact, one of the shareholders of the plan is in Canada, Ashley. So when you write to support, if you have Canada-specific questions, it's very easy for us to answer that stuff, and in many other countries as well. Chip says something really important, and it truly, Chip, you've identified the way that we feel about our customers. It says it really kind of feels like we're about to join a family of sorts, still scared but excited at the same time. If you haven't been a customer of Rapid Crush in the past, if you're just joining us, you truly are joining a family of sorts. I cannot tell you the hundreds of times that we met customers, pre-COVID, when we traveled a lot and went to live events, where they saw the Rapid Crush shirt and they came and introduced themselves, and it just felt like we knew them. And many times we knew them. And surprisingly enough, when they told us their names, like, oh, you're on that webinar with us, we start recognizing your names. Just like you start recognizing people you see, we start recognizing your names and the types of questions you ask, and you start getting to know people in support that will support you. You start getting to know, hey, Cheryl always replies to me, or Geraldine, or Rusty, or any of our support agents, and you start communicating with us. We've been in business for just shy of 11 years. On January 1st, it'll be 11 years. And we have a lot of our employees who have been with us for that long. We have a lot of 10 plus year employees in the group. And the ones that haven't been here for 10 years is because we've grown over time. So we didn't start with 52 people, right?
We started with two.
We started with two, yeah. But we have a lot of 10-year plus people. So our staff starts recognizing and learning about customers, and it truly is an enjoyable experience. And I look forward to the days where we can travel. I hope someday Dan will do a live event for members of the plan, and that we get many thousands of you there, and that we get to meet you in person, because it truly is an amazing experience. And do us a favor. I ask for this. And I really mean it. When you achieve success, when you have your successes, celebrate them, and let us be part of your celebration. Write to us, write to support, not only when you have questions, but write to support and let us know, hey, I just wanted to let you know that I've paid off my car loan with this profit, or I was able to take this vacation with the profit that I made, or I was able to do this, or I was able to accomplish that, or I was able to quit my job because of this. Let us know. We love to hear that stuff. It's great. We work for money. We're capitalists without a doubt. But boy, does it make it sweet when we get those stories, and we get hundreds of them.
Yeah.
We've gotten thousands of them over the years, and I would love to continue getting them. It is so awesome to hear the success stories that come from customers just like you. It drives us. The money doesn't drive us to be here almost 5 hours, almost 4 hours,
4 hours,
into
yeah.
a webinar
Well,
and
and I
doing
was thinking
webinars
about
day
that
in,
from
day out.
Chip's comment because I've been a trainer for some of the biggest brands in the world who come in and say, Jason, we want to do webinars like the webinar we did today or various other webinars we've done. And one of the strategies I give them is, hey, listen, go for 4 or 5 hours. And I go, I can't do that. And I said, here's your problem. You're thinking about you. You're not thinking about your customers. Your focus is on the wrong thing. To
Yeah.
me, and this is what I go on to explain to them, I say, doesn't matter what you say. It's what you're doing that has the impact. It communicates to your customers you're willing to show up, you're willing to hang in there with them, you're willing to go the extra mile. And you can't get that with talk. You have to get that with action. And it doesn't make me popular, does it, Will? Nobody stands up and starts applauding and say, I'm going to do that, because they still get stuck on, I don't want to be on this for 4 hours. And we're like, okay, well, then you don't get the benefit that's incurred when you do that. So hopefully, if nothing else, that's shown through to you today. And if that was the last thing that you needed was just that, you're like, I don't know, should I do it or shouldn't I do that? Hopefully that pushed you over the edge and just should. Yes, I should do this at the plan.vip/join.
238 people left with us. I love it. Let's close it in 10 minutes. So we close it at the 4 hour mark. In that time frame, what I would love to hear now is questions that will help you go from a maybe to either a yes or a no, like a specific question, like tell me this, and depending on the answer, I'll either be a yes or a no. Take 30 seconds and think of that question. Not like tell me range this, range that, percent this. That's not going to help you make a decision. Think about the question that you have, the one question that will help you make a decision. If we answer one way, it'll be yes. If we answer another way, it'll be no. Is there such a question in your mind? And if there is, ask that right now and we'll take an answer. Sam, you need to write to support and we will take care of you. I guarantee you on that. We will take care of you. Okay, Inez said, how can I convince my husband? Inez, did you watch one of the webinars that we did with Dan on the webinars where he showed all the customer, all the 18 customers, and explained the whole program and all that? If he has not watched that, if you have not watched that, write to support@rapidcrush.com and ask us, how can I watch the last webinar?
Yep. Have your husband watch it. That's all. You
have
don't
your
try to
husband
convince
watch it.
him.
Yeah, don't try and convince him.
Let us do the convincing.
Yeah. Let him see the facts for himself.
Yeah,
and
correct.
if he is not into it with you, Inez, then don't do it, because it's not worth you straining your relationship.
No, absolutely not. We're very confident, though, that if your husband's a reasonable man, and he probably is since he married you, that he will understand it, maybe even more, be more excited than you. Because I can't tell you how many times we've had people say where the husband or wife says they become more enthusiastic and they were the one that was originally kind of brought along for the ride. And we see that actually happen very often, where the person that was having to be brought into it becomes even more enthusiastic about it.
So Ron, write to support@rapidcrush.com with that question about the materials. Gary, after signing up today, there's literally nothing for you to do. There's no materials available yet. Within 24 hours of signing up, you will receive that NDA and participation agreement. Your only job is to read and understand that and sign it when you're good with it. Then after that, there's nothing for you to do until December 15th, when we send you the login to the members area. And then on the 16th, that's when the training starts. Tom, I would not recommend borrowing money to join. Right. I would not recommend well, maybe you can borrow money to join, but don't borrow money to invest in crypto. I would not recommend that. It is up to you if you want to borrow money from somebody or from some source to invest in the course, because the course is knowledge that is going to be helpful to you regardless of your future financial situation.
Yeah.
But I certainly would not leverage. I would not try and leverage myself to invest in crypto.
Yeah. Yeah.
Konstantinos, let me answer your question. Would you do that with your last $10,000 or not? Konstantinos, I have taken my mom, who's on a very, very tight budget every month. She has very little in life savings, and I had her take out 33%, one third of it, and do this, invest in crypto with her with that money. I believe in it that much.
Yeah.
I would strongly suggest you join the plan and go slow and do everything in demo mode. It will be absolutely worthwhile for you. And then you can decide whether to invest and when to invest additional capital. But you with that amount are in a good place. And I absolutely wholeheartedly believe you should join the plan.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I start learning how to do nothing. Yes, you do. You start learning how to do nothing.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I am telling you, Gary. I am telling you, Gary. Please do me a favor. 30 days from now, write to support@rapidcrush.com and in the subject say, please send this ticket to Will. Okay, it'll come directly to me. The team will send it to me. And tell me how hard it was to learn to do nothing.
Yeah.
Super hard.
Harder than it sounds. For you guys, for me, it's not. I'm weird though, you know?
Yeah. Alice, the training is live, done live via Zoom like this in a Zoom session on December 16th, 17th, 18th, 20th, 21st, and 22nd. So out of 6 out of 7 days, he will take Sunday off. It starts at 12 noon Pacific, Los Angeles time, 12 noon Pacific. And each session will last anywhere between 90 minutes, an hour and a half, and about 3 hours, give or take a few minutes either way. You do not have to attend live. It is not important. There's no advantage to attending live other than you feel excited about doing it. You can watch the recordings in the members area within 24 hours of the live event. And yes, Gary, definitely write to me in 30 days. It is not acceptable. Well, it's not recommended, Elena, that you start investing with less than 3K in the bots. Do not do it. It is a lot riskier. The software lets you do it. You can invest as little as you want in the bots, but it is a lot riskier. You would not be following the plan. I would prefer, Elena, that if you, after you invest in the course, if you had less than 3K to do bots, I would prefer that you only worked in demo mode until you had the 3K saved up, and then you started your first bot. If the bot cannot die, why do you need 3K? I'm going to give you the simplest technical answer there is. Remember that grid that Jason showed? With less money, the grid would be smaller. And with that grid being smaller, meaning less lines in that grid, it increases the risk significantly. You need a certain number of lines in the grid with a certain amount of money in each line in order for it to minimize your risk and increase your profit potential. Yeah. If you start a bot with 2 lines, it's going to be out of range 99% of the time.
Yeah.
And it's not going to make you any money, and you're going to risk losing all that money, whatever that amount is.
The spider web's going to have too many gaps in it. You're casting a web in less than 3,000 will have too many gaps in it. Now 3,000, once you get there, it doesn't make it better. It just has enough of the infrastructure in place to capture that wiggle. So 3,000 is the threshold. Once you get there, you're just as good as if you put 30,000. Until you get to that threshold, though, it is too risky for us to feel comfortable recommending it to you.
Elena, what would be the point of investing in the plan and paying a monthly fee to practice when I would not be able to make any money?
What's the point of eating healthy today if it doesn't automatically give you your ideal weight that you're looking for, right? What's the point of lifting weights to build muscle if it doesn't happen instantly, right? These are investments that we make today to make our tomorrows better. So you invest today to set yourself up so that way a year from now, looking back, you're significantly better. Now, if you're starting that year journey tomorrow or next month, still doesn't matter. In a year, you're going to be significantly better. What you won't be able to do is if you don't join the plan and get that base knowledge, a year from now, you're guaranteed to be exactly where you are currently.
So multiple questions on this. there is no benefit from a percentage perspective if you invest 3K or more than 3K. If you invest, I explained this earlier. Let's say you have a bot that you invest $3,000 in and it generates 50% in profit. That's $1,500 in whatever time frame. It doesn't matter what time frame it is. It generates 50% in profit. That's $1,500. If you had invested $30,000 in that bot, it will still only generate 50%. So there's no advantage in the percentage gain, but you will have earned $15,000 because 50% of 30,000 is 15,000, not 1,500. Does that make sense, Jody and Chip? Okay, yes, it made sense. Excellent. So that's the difference. The minimum of 3K of $3,000 is to minimize the risk and maximize that profit potential at the same time. Past that, it's just the numbers don't change on a percentage basis. How long would the recording stay in the members area? Indefinitely, Lena. There's no time frame. You can watch it 3 months from now, 6 months from now, 3 years from now. It doesn't. We are not going to take it down.
And
in fact, it gets even better. It's even better than that. It is very likely that in the coming months and years, Dan will update the training because the software changes the interface. They update, they add features, and Dan is always up to speed on that stuff. So when he creates a additional training or refreshes the training or does the training again live, you will get access to those recordings as well. So you will always stay up to date on this phase of the plan. Yes, Brenda, you can join on your credit card, either at $34.97 or 4 payments of $9.97. It doesn't matter if you join with the payment plan or the full payment price. You get the same training at the same exact time. It's just that we're extending a financing option for you, and you won't get the full payment discount, which is something like $491 or something like that, that you pay when you paid in full. If you sign up at the very last minute, there are 3 days and some hours left. If you sign up at the last minute, we will send you the non-disclosure agreement in time for you to sign it and return it back to us. But unless you get it back to us by the 15th at noon Pacific, we cannot guarantee that you will be able to access the live training. You may have to wait for, if you sign it after the 15th at noon Pacific, you may have to wait for the recording. You may miss the first session or 2 or 3, depending when you send that to us. Don't be in a hurry to sign it. So the earlier you join the plan, the more time you will have to read the NDA without missing the live session. If you miss the live session, again, there's no real benefit of attending the live session. I'm just being direct and honest with you. Other than like you're there, you're live in the moment, right? You experience Dan's energy live, but you can watch the recording as well.
I haven't attended a live session yet.
Yeah, I watch the recordings because actually I prefer watching the recordings because I can speed up the player and watch it at 1.5 times speed. It saves me time, and I can pause it and take notes, right? So it's honestly better to watch the recording.
For us, it is. Now, different folks have different approaches they like. The cool thing is you can decide how you want to do it.
Yeah. So we showed enough bots. If Dan showed enough bots, all the questions about how much money can I make and all that, we don't know. We can't answer that, Micah. But you've seen lots of examples if you've been here for a while. That should give you an idea of what's possible. But we can't guarantee anything. And anybody that can guarantee you a certain type of return on something like this is lying to you. Please run away from them. They're trying to scam you.
Yep.
Okay, let's see. Alexander, trust that $3,000 is the minimum level of investment that the plan recommends. The software does let you create bots with less. Yes, it does. We have not lied to you about that. It does.
There are times
you can start bots with like $50 in some cases.
Yeah.
However, it will not give you the profit maximization nor the risk minimization that the plan offers. Just trust that that's what it is until you understand why in the program.
There's no advantage, Will, for us to set it at $3,000. Like, how? Why would we be why would we so strongly say $3,000? It doesn't do us any favors. It doesn't make this course easier to offer to you. There's a reason why we do it, because it is irresponsible to do it for anything less. Now, if you got a guru that's done this more than Dan with a better track record who's telling you otherwise, you may consider it. But I got to warn you, there is no other guru who has a better track record than Dan at this to tell you. So if anybody's telling you otherwise, I wouldn't listen to them. We don't get any money from the exchanges, no matter how much.
Think about it this way. There are a lot of people here, and you may be in the situation where $3,500 is a significant investment. Totally. Then on top of that, we're saying, listen, you still got to invest $3,000 on top.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be easier for me to sell you the course if I said, listen, it's $3,500 for the course and you only have to invest $50? It would be a lot easier for me to sell you the course, which would be in my best interest to sell you more courses. Correct. Regardless of how much you invest, right?
Yeah.
But it's not in your best interest for us to tell you that. And we care about your success, because when you're successful, you're going to come back and buy more courses from us.
I would rather lose a lot of
money from this course.
Well, I would rather lose the sell than tell somebody they could get started for less than $3,000. If that's a deal killer for you, I'm happy with not having you as a customer. I'm not happy. I'm always sad losing customers, but I would rather lose you than to have you believe that there's anything less than $3,000 that you can start with. And again, we do not get compensated by the exchanges. We do not get anything additional in profit to the company, regardless of how much you put into a bot.
Yeah. So I hope you can see that we would make a lot more money if we told you it was only a $50 investment, but we would be doing you a very big disservice.
I couldn't sleep at night.
Yeah. So, Jason, it's 7:05 Eastern time, 4:05 Pacific. We've been here for more than 4 hours now. Yep. I believe we've answered all the questions. And
we'll never be able to answer every question, but here's the thing. If you came here saying, I got to have every question answered before I make a decision, I would suggest perhaps a different line of reasoning, because ultimately some of the greatest things we've ever done in life, like I had kids before I was ready for them, right? But overall, I felt high level that made sense. And so even though I didn't have all the answers, and trust me, I still don't have all the answers, right?
What a great analogy, Jason. What a great analogy.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, I knew big picture. It's what I wanted. It made sense to me, big picture. And even if I had a little bit of not certainty or clarity in this area or that area, or it was a little fuzzy over here, overall, I knew it was what I wanted. And so that's where you need to be at, because we could answer your questions till you're blue in the face. And every time I answered one of your questions, you could pop up with two more. There's got to become a time where you got to say, listen, does this all make sense for me at the highest level? And am I okay saying yes, even though I don't have it all, but I have enough of it? And hopefully, if we didn't answer every question that you have or may have in the future, at least we answered enough of them for you to be willing to put your faith into yourself and invest in this training at the plan.vip/join.
Awesome. Micah, I suggest you watch one of the webinar replays where Dan showed all the bots. Jason showed his bots. Jason, put your bots on the screen one more time.
Just for Micah.
Just for Micah. Just for Micah.
And by the way, I am not a pro at this. I have done this for less than since basically April, the end of March, right?
So can you make money on this within 30 days? Again, we're not telling you are, but look at this. In 1 day and 20, I can't, it's too small on my screen, Jason. How long has your first bot there been running?
So I set up two bots 24 hours, 2 days ago, 1 day and 23 hours. I literally set them up on a webinar.
$48 he's made already in just slightly less than 2 days. So the answer to your question, Micah, is can you make money? Do we guarantee you will? We can't guarantee that. But you've seen multiple examples now of Jason doing this within a couple of days, right? It's beautiful because you're going to see when you put up a bot, you're going to see this within. I
made 17 cents 6 minutes after setting up this botmatic here, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, Ray, I made money 6 minutes.
Ray, the answer is we will teach you about that in January. Okay, Jason, I thank you for your time, Jason, and everybody on the team who's been here supporting us. Anthony and Vanessa and everybody else in the background who's answering support tickets from this webinar.
Yeah. We gave everybody else the
Everybody,
day off, including Anthony. I think he just showed up out of genuine desire to help. Because Will and I were like, we'll show up. We gave everybody else the day off, except for Kezia. God bless her. And we're glad that you joined
Vanessa.
us.
Yeah,
Kezia.
Kezia's off today too. Vanessa is
Vanessa. Yeah,
here.
sorry. It says Rapid Crush on the screen, so I apologize for that.
So yes, thank you everybody for hanging in there with us. 212 people still live as we say goodbye. Thank you for hanging with us, and maybe we'll do one of these again soon.
I hope so.
All right. Take
Bye
care,
for now.
everybody. Bye-bye.